Yeah, welcome everyone. We're online, Steve. Everything all good to go. Yeah, just remind everyone we are online. And it's being recorded. Welcome everyone to the executive meeting, 30th of November. Got quite a long agenda, so let's try and get through it as quickly as possible. Agenda item 1, minutes. Are you happy for me to sign minutes of the previous meeting? All okay? Yeah, all in favour. Thank you very much. Item 2, urgent business. We do have an item of urgent business. It does have restricted information about it. It's nothing more sinister than woodland creation. For those that might think we're up to no good, and we'll take that at the end of the agenda because it's got restricted information in there. And John McKay will be leading on that. Great. Item 3, division of agenda. There's a couple of areas that we might need to. I've already spoken about the urgent item. Also, I think in the write-off reports, there are some specifics about individual cases, which if people want to discuss those rather than the actual figures, if it's just the figures and the numbers, that's fine. But if you want to go into individual cases, then obviously we will have to divide the agenda at that stage. Were there any other? No, I think those are the ones there. Item 4, declarations of interest. John.
Yes, Chairman.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Guy. Did you?
I probably need to. Would like to ask some questions, possibly on the part 2 item. I think by declaring, and I probably need to declare a personal interest, but I think I better not disclose what that interest is because it might give away what the subject is about. So, with your permission, and if the legal advisor is happy, I will wait until that item comes up before I declare my personal interest.
Yeah, that's fine, Guy. I think as far as I know, I mean the confidential information is about numbers. I don't think it's about organisations or plans and things like that.
No, it's about the other item you've mentioned.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Right. So that's on the write-off reports. Yeah.
No, it's on the urgent business that you're going to take in part 2.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, John. Thank you, Guy.
Yeah. Okay. As I'm the council's appointed director on the Plymouth and South Devon Freeport Limited, on the 20th of June, I made a request for dispensation that would allow me to speak and vote on issues concerning the Freeport. That request for dispensation was submitted, as I said, on the 20th of June 23 and has been accepted. Perhaps I could ask Mr. Fairburn just to confirm that.
Yes, Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you, John. And any other members' declarations of interest? Jackie. Oh. Right, yeah. Steve. Sorry, yeah. All right. Any more declarations of interest or faulty computers? No. Agenda item 5, public question time. We've got one question from a member of the public, which has been sent in advance from Mr. Fennell, I think. Okay. I mean, Leslie, strictly speaking, they have to be sent in advance. But I'll, on this occasion, I'll let you ask it. But I appreciate what you say that we won't be able to necessarily give you an answer in advance.
I'll just think.
On enforcement. It's about enforcement, is it? Okay. Well, look. Okay. Well, Leslie, why don't you just come up there and make your question? Yeah, just 2 members of the public. Obviously, we do have a protocol whereby if you want to table a question, you need to do that in advance. Not only for us, but it helps you because then we can formulate an answer. Because sometimes we you know, off the top of our heads, we just don't know the actual answer, particularly if there's facts involved. But anyway, Leslie, it's Leslie Pengelly from Kingsbridge.
I know you're going to debate enforcement. Is this coming through, Roy? I know you're going to be debating enforcement later on, and I just want to raise the issue or a question. In this, and this is more with conditions that are in planning permissions rather than which then have planning breaches rather than development that's not got planning permission. It says in paragraph 206 of the National Planning Policy Framework, there's 6 tests for planning conditions that are for them to be put into a planning decision notice. And they are necessary, relevant to planning, relevant to development, enforceable, precise and reasonable. Now, I've had an occasion where it was quite clearly the enforcement wouldn't enforce something even though it was in a planning condition. But what I would like to know, why would the council include planning conditions in a planning notice to make a planning request acceptable if enforcement officers then come to the conclusion that it's unreasonable, not in the public interest, to enforce a confirmed planning breach? Do you want me to leave this with you?
Okay, yeah, no, that would be great if you could. Just leave it with Daryl there. Thank you for that, Leslie. We're not going to answer it now, if that's okay. My feeling is that you're talking about an individual issue there.
No, it's just
in general. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll get it. We'll get
experience of this.
Yeah. Okay.
In general, I find it.
Okay. We'll get an answer. Right. So now we've got the official question from Mr. Fennell, which is, I don't know if Mr. Fennell's here. Funnel. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Funnel. I mean, you've got your question. Do you want to read it out just so everyone's aware of? Oh, there it is. It's on the screen, actually. It's okay. Yeah, okay.
So in September 2022, compulsory purchase order was approved for Langage land because it was integral to success of the Freeport, could not be replicated anywhere else, and was policy compliant. In the task finish report, this land is now optional, whilst financial projections still include Langage. What is the explanation for this discrepancy?
Thank you, Mr. Funnel. John, you're going to...
Right, the answer to the question is as follows. The land, the subject of the question, forms part of the Langage tax site, and in September 2022, its availability for incorporation within the tax site was in doubt. This is no longer the case unless there is no requirement for a CPO. The reference to policy compliant is in respect of the said land being zoned for employment purposes in the JLP. That's the end of the answer.
Thank you, John. I'm afraid you don't have a supplementary at this stage, Mr. Funnel.
Really?
Yeah.
But there's already been a completely out of protocol question submitted clearly about planning, over 50 words long. And
okay, all right. Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll let you ask a question, but don't expect an answer. Yeah, I think that was the precedent that we set there, as you were just saying.
Well, policy's already been broken, hasn't it?
No. And the policy was I let someone ask a question who hadn't asked the question, but I said to him, because we haven't had it in advance, we don't know, we might not necessarily be able to give you the answer. And that's what I'm going to do, let you ask the question on the same terms as that.
Okay. The financial projections for Langage are still included whilst this land is optional. Why is that the case?
Right, thank you. I'll ask John, do you want to answer that now? Or
I'll do a written response.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. Okay, right. Public questions. Item 6, the executive forward plan. Members, questions, comments? Any? No? Okay, thank you for that. Agenda item 7, Plymouth and South Devon Freeport, and this is a report of the task and finish group. I'm going to hand over to John as lead member on economic development to take this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just remind members that this, in introducing this report, the purpose of the report is for the purpose of the recommendation is for us as an executive to decide whether or not we support the 17 recommendations set out in the Task and Finish group. And then if we do, then we then decide whether or not it should go to a full council on the 14th of December for a full debate. So the full debate on the paper will effectively take place on the 14th of December, which will allow all members of this council to participate and vote. Therefore, I'm making that point at the beginning so that we can focus our attention on what is before us. But so, first of all, can I just start by thanking the Task and Finish group for the work that they put into preparing this report. They had several meetings, and there was a lot of thought and a lot of discussion went into this. And I, on behalf of the executive, I would like to thank them. Now, what I would like to propose as the way forward is that I'll ask the chair of the Task and Finish group, Councillor Bonham, just to say a few words, and then that will be followed by any questions arising out of the report, in which we'll then deal with the questions, and then following that, I will propose the recommendation, and then we can debate the recommendation. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I'd like to ask Councillor Bonham to say a few words, and then we'll open it up to for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Lee, come forward. I don't know. There's a. Can you get on the? You've got a mic over there, have
working,
you?
isn't it? Is this one not working?
Yeah, and is the camera on, Lee? Yeah,
Camera
okay,
as
excellent.
well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Birch. Yeah, just a few words. So, Task and Finish was asked to committee of the Audit and Governance Committee was asked to do this by the executive. So we tried to have a detailed, fair and balanced analysis of what's going on with the Freeport. We had 5 members on the Task and Finish group. 3 were Lib Dems, 1 was Green councillor, 1 was Conservative councillor. And we had 3 pretty in-depth meetings. And I want to thank Councillor Birch and the officers for providing a lot of information for that. We also had access to the documentation. The report, as you've seen, covers really 4 areas. One is the financial case for the Freeport, looking at the financial flows and the investment needed. The second area looks at the risks and the potential concerns. The third area covers the benefits and the expected positive outcomes from the Freeport. And the fourth area looks at the governance, the decision making and public engagement. And I think you'll see we've got 17 recommendations covering all of that. We did not really look at the decision in principle about supporting the Freeport or not, since the decision was previously made back in March of this year. But I think we did feel overall that on balance, the risks, the benefits of the Freeport or going forward with the Freeport outweighed the risks that we could identify. And I hope people can see the rationale for that in the report that's put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Can I just say that if the decision was taken in March 2022, not March of this year. The decision was taken by the previous council to proceed to the partnership with the Freeport. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I'll request any questions on the report.
Members, any questions? Jackie, do you want to? Yep. Jackie.
Well, in the absence of the report in front of me, because I still can't get into that laptop. Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have really expressed all the way along with this real reservations about the Freeport. And one element I would like to just head up on this right away is that the public consultation we've had on the corporate strategy, of which has been the first opportunity for the public to have an opportunity to have an input or a view, to express a view on this, that public consultation only closes today. So how can we you consider this in kind of isolation of having invited public consultation? I mean, as we know, it was messed around anyway, because initially I think it was October the 23rd, then it was going to be November the 20th, and then it suddenly became November the 30th. At one point, there was, I think, at least 2 dates on the opportunities for submissions on the same website. And I think we need at least to give the public the benefit of the opportunity to have made their submissions and have them properly considered. I'd like to know what the public think. I don't know what they've sent in. And I think that's something that we should just actually have, sort of due regard to. So in many ways, I would say, as much as I'd be happy to debate this today, I actually think that we should actually wait till full council, and then we will have had a chance, ideally, for the public submissions to be considered, so we can actually think of it, because we are sitting here as public representatives, not here in just our own right.
Could I just, what is the question?
The question is, can we defer this to the full council and consider it in the light of the public submissions that may or may not have come in on this?
Well, with respect, Councillor Hodgson, this is actually, if the executive supports the recommendation on the paper, this will go to full council.
But I think if I may reply, we are actually considering this in isolation of a full input of information that may be very relevant to us. I know maybe it's one part, it's seen as one part of the corporate strategy, but it's probably the most expensive part, and it's also part of a thing that's actually been the first opportunity for anybody to have an input to. And I think if this frankly, this new administration wants to be seen to do things differently, then representing the public, I think, is a critical part of that, and not just doing it, but being seen to do it.
Councillor Hodgson, I'm sure you'll be bringing those points up at the full council in December.
Are there any more questions to John? I've got a couple, if I might, John. Can I just say, I mean, Jackie, I'm with you on a lot of it, and I do feel that the lack of consultation and discussion about the Freeport and how we ended up where we were was unfortunate, and we should have done it better as a council. Absolutely no doubt about that. I hope you'll see that at the bottom, at the end of this report, 6.3, it says we recommend that the council, together with the Freeport Company, instigates a communication and engagement programme to publish information explaining the benefits of the Freeport to the local parish and the wider South Hants region, to inform public opinion and help answer any questions that might arise. So we will definitely try. We must do better. I think we accept that as a council.
At the last executive meeting, when we talked about this, I think it was the last one, when we actually gave the approval for the corporate strategy to go out to public consultation, I asked the question in this chamber, will we actually be listening to what people's replies are? And it's minuted that yes, we would. So how can we now take this forward when we haven't? I mean, at the time, the closing date for the public consultation was the 23rd of October, which I think was 4 weeks from that actual date. And I was very glad that was extended. I think it was fair and right to do so. And while I wasn't able last week to come to the meeting, which I think you chaired, where members of the parish council could come along, I think there was an indication there that, yes, we are listening. Yes, we do want to do things differently. This is what different looks like. It actually means we genuinely listen and we genuinely take on board the concerns. If we find just one person has said, oh, I don't like the idea of the Freeport, maybe we might think, oh, okay, so just a minimal response. We may find there's quite a few people, or there may be questions that people have raised that we haven't yet raised about the Freeport. But I think it's been a very minimal response so far from this new administration to what is actually a very significant piece of work that could actually affect all quarters of the South Hants with a lot of unanswered questions. And I think it's really important that we actually give due regard and just a bit more time. That's all I'm asking for. If it's that important and that's reliable, then it can wait a couple more weeks.
I mean, to be fair, Jackie, to they miss all that? I mean, to be fair, Jackie, I mean, you know, your party has put out a leaflet to thousands of households, sending people to communicate about it by this date. To this date, I don't know how many it is. We've had 16 communications about the Freeport. So, and I don't even know whether they're positive or negative. So, I think you know, we could keep going on and on and on and on, but I just think we need to move forward now. We need to move forward now. There will be a full debate on this paper at the full council on the 14th of December, when everyone will have the opportunity to have their say about it. And you know, I accept that the people who we're not all going to agree about it. I accept that, and but that's it. But I think that we have to move on now, rather than continually waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. You know, if people want to respond, they can table questions at the next full council meeting. You know, they can listen to the debate, they can hear this debate, they can. I think what they need to do is read this. I have to say, thanks to Lee and the Task and Finish group, I think this is an absolutely excellent piece of work. I think it covers many of the issues that all of us had concerns about. As an administration, we brought it in, and so we are where we are. The Freeport's happening. We can't stop the Freeport. It's there. Even if we pulled out, the Freeport would still go ahead. So we need to decide whether we think we want, how much involved we want to be with it. Do we want to try and influence it? Do we want to be in a position to say, you know, this is what we want to develop, this is how it wants to work? I mean, my view is that I want this council to be the conscience of the Freeport. And I'm sure absolutely you'll be the conscience of this council at the Freeport, Jackie, and I respect that. I really do. But I think that we need to take this decision now at executive, and by all means, you know, you don't have to, and I appreciate what you say and respect that, but I hope other members of the executive will support it and say that we're going to take this to full council and move forward.
On that basis, I have some questions.
Excellent.
On that basis, I have some questions. Okay, so there's a number of unanswered questions about this Freeport, not least of which is Mr. Funnels that was just set out behind. So I hope that we will be able to actually answer them here rather than have to hear them later, because I think Mr. Funnel has raised a very relevant question. Mr. Funnel actually invited members of this committee to, the Devon Freeport member and the leader of the council to come along to a public meeting a couple of weeks ago. The leader was there but chose not to speak. The Task and Finish group chair did speak, which was very good. But I think that, you know, we have to be able to just answer things on the hoof. Those Task and Finish groups have asked questions, and I've been told I'll put them in writing and send them in. That's not the purpose of open meetings. Open meetings are we should be able to answer questions. And if people would really understand and know what they're, you know, unless it's just details of figures, I think those answers should come directly back. And I think there's a very relevant part about the whole Langage site, because unfortunately, because we've changed the website, it's very difficult now to go back and find exempt papers. Those papers aren't available without actually asking for them in other forms. So as members now, it's difficult to actually do some of our research, which I have found challenging. But nevertheless, my memory is good. And what I do remember very clearly is a question. 1 minute we were asked to allocate considerable funds to a compulsory land purchase at Langage. Then we had another meeting where we were asked to switch that funding and that direction to Sherford. But when I actually asked questions at Devon County Council, because I'm also a county councillor, as many people are aware, I found out that the Devon County Council's contribution, the 15 million, is actually to create the spine road at Langage and the bike route that will actually connect Langage across the A38. So, okay, that's going to Sherford too, I assume. But nevertheless, that means that if we're not going to focus on Langage anymore, then how does that suddenly completely distort the picture? And if Langage is the largest area, which is really significant to this whole part of the Freeport development, then that actually doesn't stack up anymore properly. And, you know, I also think it's really strange when we get sort of like, as has been said, I still haven't got the full report in front of me properly so it's fine, on my own computer. But the point is that the March 2022 figures that were given, which are just how it all sits out, that is, a lot has changed in that last 18 months. So I think it's like we're being asked to just keep rolling with it, just keep rolling with it. And I'm not happy to do that, because I feel really responsible to the people that I've raised it with to say, well, I don't know anything about it. What on earth is it? And I think it's just really difficult for anybody to feel really confident in what we're actually stepping forward with here if we can't answer questions directly in the public forum, and also that so much of it is still exempt. And I understand why, but as you know, I'm very unhappy about some of the parties that are coming in, particularly when it starts to impact on potentially this council supporting improvements to the nuclear deterrent. But putting money into private enterprise, which includes, luxury yacht makers, I mean, when we've got a housing crisis and an economic crisis, I mean, why aren't we just investing that kind of money in renewable energy? Why aren't we investing that money in new social housing? That's our job at this council, not doing all this other government stuff. We're just being used as a conduit for, to my mind, quite frankly, money laundering from the government down to private enterprise. I'm really unhappy with it, as you know.
Thank you, Jackie. I think John, do you want to make a few comments?
Yeah,
And then I've got some questions as well.
Can I just say that what Councillor Hodgson is saying, and what is also being reported by her friends, is just absolute nonsense. You are actually, you've had your say, let me have my say. What you are doing, you're peddling nonsense, you're scaremongering, and the literature you're putting out is just so, it's a work of fiction. I mean, you say this council is going to commit tens of thousands of pounds. All we have committed at this stage is £5 million, and there's nothing else. And that £5 million has not yet been spent. How can you say tens of thousands of pounds? That's a nonsense. You know it is, and yet you peddle this. On top of this, you say that we're going to be relaxing regulations. That's a nonsense. That's just not true. All what happens within the Freeport will be subject to all the regulations that are throughout this land. To say that they were going to be relaxing regulations is complete nonsense. On top of that, you then go to say we're going to turn a blind eye to security, safety, workers' rights, and environmental protection. Again, total nonsense. You are just peddling this nonsense, and people are actually, some people are believing you. And this is just not, I mean, why don't you be honest for us when you put out political literature rather than tell a pack of lies? You then go on to say that we in the Freeport, and just remember, we're part of the Freeport, and Devon County Council and Plymouth City Council. You're saying that we're financing terrorism, laundering money, and providing and helping organised crime. How dare you say that about us? That is complete nonsense. And on top of all this, you then say that it's going to make this council bankrupt. What a load of nonsense. Why don't you come to reality and accept that this will have an advantage for us in South Hams, rather than getting bogged down in political dogma, because that's all it is. So when you come to the debate in December, I hope you read the papers what this is all about, because quite clearly you haven't. You haven't read what's on the council's website, you haven't read the papers, you've not looked at what the Freeport is doing. Why don't you read the papers and get to understand what's happening rather than peddling all this nonsense? And just to finish it off, as far as the political scene is concerned, just remember the Labour-controlled council in Plymouth is fully supportive of the Freeport. They are very enthusiastic about it. Just remember that in Scotland, all the political parties, with the exception of the Green parties, are supportive of the Freeport. Just remember what's happening in Wales. It's the Labour-controlled authority there, together with the other political parties supporting Freeport. The only people who are out on a limb is the Green Party, who want to face up to reality rather than living in just peddling this political dogma. You really ought to get yourself sorted out.
Yeah, let's keep it short though. I think
I just want to pick up on a few of the points that have been thrown at me, if I may.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine, Jackie. Yeah.
So 5 million. It's actually we've invested, actually, John, getting the figures right. We agreed to borrow 5 million, and then we agreed to make it 5.5 million. We then
John.
£500,000 is a lot of money to a lot of people. Then we agreed to actually borrow to invest or allow the officers to spend up to 350,000 on a compulsory purchase order for Langage. Of that, as far as I understand it, 49,000 has so far been spent on those legal processes. So I think that kind of covers the tens of thousands actually that has been already spent, and it's 5.5 million. So let's get our figures straight on this. The first document that we had to look at in March 22 was probably one of the worst reports I've ever seen, to be honest. It was so cut and pasted. It was so repetitive. But so what? I think we all do things in a hurry sometimes. But nevertheless, it was very clear to me in there was something very worrying in there. And I think it's reasonable to ask the questions. And it's all very well turning into saying I'm peddling nonsense. But actually, there are reasons why many places in Europe have stopped doing free ports. And if you look at what's happened in Teesside, that went a bit pear-shaped, didn't it? And if you look at the government's website about what it says about free ports, it does talk about making relaxing things to make it easier for enterprise to thrive. So there's no nonsense peddled in there, but it's actually highlighting that what is all like, oh, it's all going to be fine. 5 minutes later, it's not, and I think we need to have due cause to be worried.
Thank you, Jackie. Dan.
Thank you. Could I ask a couple of procedural questions, John, if I may? So if we follow the recommendations, if we consider the 17 recommendations set out by the TNF, what happens in terms of the ones that don't directly relate to the council? So in terms of things like number 6 that we take, the executive takes a close look, are we going to be doing that in future execs? That's my question. Yeah.
The recommendation that's up there is not the recommendation that I will be proposing. It's just there we are.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah. So in fact, supporting number 2.
Number 2 is amended to support the 17 recommendations set out by the Task and Finish Group in section 2 of this report and recommend their acceptance by full council. So the debate on that is going to then go to full council for full council to decide whether or not they wish to accept all the 17 recommendations or part of them. In other words, I think by having that amendment up there, perhaps clarifies the issue.
So all we're doing today, effectively, is sending this to full council. Thank you.
Right. Any other questions? I've just got a couple on this. Just so it's clear in my mind. And the first one is 3.3. That we're spending the money to buy the land in Sherford, and then we're looking to sell that land. Is that correct? So we're buying it, getting who we want in, and then selling it. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. So at that stage, we'll have a very clear indication as to whether we've paid over the odds on that or not. Yeah.
Can I just clarify that the reason the council decided in March of this year, prior to the May elections, it decided that the land at Sherford would be purchased, and that was approved by council. The purpose, the reason for doing that was to secure the land for the purposes that are set out within the Freeport's priorities. The plan is for an organisation that will to purchase the land off this council, and therefore this is for securing the land, selling it to a company who is already operating within the Freeport, and they have an option to purchase. So when we purchase, they will have an option to purchase of us. So that is that's the
okay.
position.
No, I mean, it wasn't really so much as why we're buying it or whatever. It was more to do because I remember the debate that we had at the council at the time, that there was concerns about that we were paying over the odds for this piece of land. At that time, we were given a guarantee that it didn't matter because government were going to pay for most of it, and if it crashed in value, we'd get our money back first. It's since transpired that isn't the case. So that was disappointing. I have to say. But I just wanted to clarify that was the plan. Jackie, just one of the points that you raised about, I think within the report from Task and Finish is they're acutely aware that when we were first given the business case for it in March 22, things have changed, and that absolutely within the Task and Finish group, the recommendations are that we keep very much up to date with the reality of the figures that are actual rather than the projections of 2022, and Lee has made it quite clear and explicit within the report that that's what we will do. But I share some of your concerns. I mean, when you read an article like this, in 3.18, in these 18 months, the net income in the first 5 years of operational has changed from a net positive projection of 2 million to a net deficit of 280,000. Absolutely. No, Lee's picked that up. The Task and Finish group have picked that up. They see that as a risk. They've put in mitigation to try and cover that so that we will be getting up-to-date reports. I think it's 3 monthly, if not 6 monthly, on what the actual figures are. So, your concerns, I think, are echoed from the Task and Finish and within the council. But of course, we will debate that all at the full council. 3.2 goes into that in some detail. Through all of that. And also we talk about risk, that we don't think that we necessarily understood the risks properly, so that we want to have our own risk register, and the council has a risk register. I think again that really covers many of the issues that we were concerned about. Sorry, Jackie.
Just to come back on another question, in Private Eye this week, it was reported that Plymouth City Council's 2019-2020 accounts have not been approved by Grant and Thornton, who we use as auditors, because they used money they had borrowed from the Public Works Loan Board to pay off to pay towards a £70 million deficit in their pension fund. Does that have an impact on this?
Well, I don't think so, and I don't want to get into Plymouth City Council's financial situation.
They're partners in it.
I agree what you say, Jackie, and that is a risk. I mean, we've heard it here now that maybe that's a risk that should be in the risk register, that hasn't been signed off. But I hear what you're saying, and as I said right at the beginning, we're not all going to agree about this, but I'm hoping that within the council, everyone takes their own decision on what they see that they think is best for their residents of the South Hams, and that's what I want them to do. And that may differ. People may have different views about that, and I think it's healthy for us to agree to differ. Let's leave it there. So, I mean, John, did you want to move the recommendation? Did anyone else want to say other things? Denise or Nikki, did you want to?
No, I've just got a comment, not a question.
Okay, all right, sorry. Yeah, no, Nikki, you're absolutely correct that we're meant to be on questions, not comments. So, did you want to ask a question or comment? Okay, are there any more questions, specific questions? John?
Quickie. This is a really good piece of work, and as you said, has highlighted lots of concerns that everybody's got. But when reading through it, one of the things that worries me a bit is that the council, virtually every one of them, is about encouraging the Freeport company, and I know we've got John on the board there, but apart from that influence, we don't really have a great deal of influence, do we? And it's a worry that we are that dependent on encouraging the company. Do we have a view as to whether we can have sufficient influence to actually implement these very good set of recommendations?
Can I answer that? Yes. The Freeport is as I mentioned earlier, is a company, and therefore we as a council, on the face of it, cannot impose on this independent company our policies or whatever. However, putting that to one side, if on the Freeport website there is a document called the full business case, And within that document called the full business case, it actually sets out the matters that the governance matters that are reserved to the founder members. We, along with Plymouth and Devon County Council, have what's called reserved rights to determine the policy of the Freeport. Now, I've got the document a copy of the document in front of me, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas, key areas, whereby we as a council, because we are a founder member, have rights over the Freeport's policy. And then on top of that, there is what's called a members steering group, which we are part of. Again, we have extensive reserve powers. So in other words, the 3 founding members, the 3 councils, have a high level of control over the Freeport company. And as I say, these are all set out in the full business case. The fact of the matter is, we as a council cannot say to the Freeport, you've got to do A, B, and C. What our control is by giving the Freeport, by using our reserve powers, the powers that are set out in the member steering group, we can have control over how it moves forward, etc. So in answer to your question, we as a council are better inside the organisation, having a high level of control over what happens there, as opposed to being outside it and just making Bob comments about it.
John, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the basic thing is look.
That was a very good and reassuring answer.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, that's good. I mean, I think that's, you know, that I hope members will progress with this, but partly because of that, because I think that the Freeport is there, it's happening, whatever we say, and the fact, you know, how much influence do we want to have on that Freeport? Do we want to be inside the tent or outside? And I think that's the question that we have to ask ourselves, not whether we think Freeports are a good idea or not, because I think probably most of us think they're not such a great idea. But, you know, it's there, it's going. Even if we pull out, the Freeport will still go ahead, even without us. So, you know, how do we get the best for our residents? And I would hope that the members will think we'll do that from within inside and influencing it, rather than totally disengaging and not having any influence at all. Yeah, so we've moved to the debate now, Jackie. So if you want to, and then if I bring Nikki in first, because
can I move the recommendation?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, John, you move the recommendations.
Okay.
With the amendment up there.
Yes. So can I move the recommendation and perhaps sorry. Can I move the recommendation? Perhaps say a few words in support before the debate starts. So, since being handed the position as the executive member, having I'm choose my words carefully, an interest in the Freeport. And thank you, Julian, for the allocating that task to me. So since becoming an executive member of the council and having looked in all aspects of the Freeport agreements and governance arrangements, I've come to the conclusion that the council's involvement provides South Hams with future benefits and opportunities. Now, these are, for example, the Freeport will bring new investment to the area, projected to be over £300 million, and an estimate of 3,500 jobs across Plymouth and South Devon, together with an enhancement to skills and infrastructure. And this is one of the largest economic development projects undertaken in South Hams. We also, another advantage is that all business rates paid by businesses operating in the Freeport within South Hams will be retained for the benefit of the district. The normal arrangement provides for 14% to be retained by the council. The 100% retention will result in a potential fund of £24 million over 25 years for investment in the South Hams area for Freeport-related investments, alongside the wider objectives of the Plymouth and South Devon Freeport. But one of the main advantages by being part of the Freeport is that we are involved in its governance, we are involved in its future arrangements. We can shape the goals and work of the Freeport to align it more closely to the priorities of the Council. Now, in particular, we see an opportunity for clearer and stronger Freeport outcomes that would help the environment, the green economy, local skills, well-paid jobs, small businesses, and social outcomes. Now, what we need to remember is that the Freeport is a 25-year project, and the Task and Finish Group in its report has identified those areas which we as a council need to pay particular attention to. Now, the Freeport is, in fact, in its infancy, having been set up in 2022, and as one of the founding members, it is crucial we play an active part in its development and activities, and the recommendations on the screen here point the council in the right direction. So that being the case, I would ask my fellow members of the executive to support the recommendation and to allow this to be debated by all members of the council, not just the executive. So I move the recommendation.
And John, I'm happy to second that, and also thank you for all the work that you've done on this. Okay. Right, comments, Nikki.
Thank you. So I have several, but they're hickledy-pickledy. Councillor Birch, your interest in the Freeport was so negative prior to this administration, and you were really not in favour of it. And I'm so glad that you've now changed your mind and acknowledged the benefits. And I think you really are doing a fantastic job in getting up to speed with it, and I acknowledge that. I think the Task and Finished group has done a superb job in what they did in pulling this together. In March 2022, we made a decision, and it was voted on at council to support a Freeport moving forward. Councillor Brazil, you supported it at the time, along with other colleagues of yours, and it wasn't done in a hurry to get to that paper in 2022. It was done in a considered and factual way, and the decision to support a Freeport, Councillor Hodgson, was carefully considered by the previous administration. And I'm glad we made that decision, because we sowed a seed for what I think is going to have massive economic benefit for the South Hams. And my ward is on the edge of Plymouth, so I have to say Plymouth as well, because it's important. We need new, better, higher skilled jobs, and we need new opportunities for young people. So I'm glad that this Freeport is coming forward. Things will change over a period of time. So we've seen some figures change and the land allocation change, because it's a new project. You're never going to start off at day one and by day 10 that's going to be the same. It's an evolving project, and it's going to change. And I think with the 3 monthly checks, as said by the Task and Finish group, those changes will be monitored carefully. I think there's a really good risk mitigation being put in place, and I welcome that. But I implore you, Councillor Hodgson, to stop saying what you're saying. I completely agree with Councillor Birch. It's really dangerous to give out disinformation to members of the public. And you were asked by Councillor Birch if you had any proof about what you were saying. You didn't actually answer, or about what the leaflet from the Green Party said, and you didn't actually answer that question. So I look forward to an answer to the question of the proof you have from the points on your leaflet, because to give out this wrong information is really worrying, and I worry for those members of who have received a leaflet, reading it and not really knowing where to go to get factual, correct evidence. And scaremongering people is not the way to go forward. I'm glad we can, I think, as a council, in fact, I know as a council, we will pull together and we will get the best out of this Freeport for the residents of the South Hams and for the businesses in the South Hams. And that is what we are all here to do. So stop the leafleting with disinformation on it, and let's have a positive step moving forward and get on with the thing. Stop looking backwards. We are here. We're at a point where we are invested in the Freeport, and we need to just concentrate on the best outcome for this council. And moving forward, I would urge us all to pull together to do that.
Thank you, Nikki. Denise.
Thanks very much. I'm afraid I'm not going to agree with Councillor Hopwood, and
And Birch.
took the words. And I'm not sure I can support number 2 of the recommendations, and 17 recommendations. Not sure I can support that fully. I've listened to everything carefully, obviously. I do have concerns, as I've said. Julian said, do we want to be inside the tent or outside? I'm not sure. The Task and Finish group, which excellent report from Councillor Bonham and colleagues, says risks of proceeding outweigh the risks of not proceeding. Now, that may be the case, but I don't know, because I don't know what the risks of not proceeding are, because we haven't really been told. In 2.4, it says, what are the legal obligations? I would say, how can we weigh up that without knowing what they are? How do we know one outweighs the other? I mean, we've been told about grave risks of not proceeding. Now, as balanced against the risks of proceeding. Now, why is one grave and the other not? I'm afraid I was surprised to hear that we've tied ourselves into various legal, etc., obligations without knowing more about what those are. I think we should know what those are. You may say that's going backward. I say it's being sensible. So I've not been happy about that, and I was surprised, I must say. So we're powering on, which may or may not be a good idea. I just feel that we need to know before we go further what exactly it is. I hear echoes of the waste service privatisation. What exactly is the legal situation? I would like to know more about that, and what is our position before we go ahead. I mean, as Councillor McKay said, I'm concerned about all this talk of encouraging the Freeport to do. The word encouraging is used very many times, which suggests we don't necessarily have much power in this game. I think we're uneasy bedfellows, local councils, with these corporates, Princess Yachts, Babcock and the like. We're accountable to the public. We're accountable for how we spend public money. Our priorities are housing, climate change. It ain't necessarily so always. You might see from this report that that's the case with the Freeport. We're told that there's no net zero advisory board, for example, and there are advisory boards on skills, etc. So we're encouraged to encourage them, but will they do it? We don't know, do we? There's no specific risk management plan for this council, which surprised me as well. We want to be setting that up. We don't have one, it appears. I'm still concerned after March 22, when it was agreed. It was going to be agreed anyway by the Conservative administration. It was agreed. I became more and more concerned. A lot of us became more concerned as the summer went on, and we heard about the more details about the outer boundary, which was greater than necessary, 75 kilometres, incorporating the whole of Dartmoor outside the joint local plan area, including the Dartmoor area. Still don't know why. It's still there, although we were told that it was fine, there was no local development orders. It was all going to be, you know, any other planning applications outside the 3 sites were going to be, you know, within JLP. But then why is it still there? Why is it needed? It does concern me that it's, you know, one of our national parks is in that greater than necessary outer boundary. And that still concerns me, as I say. I do think there's been a lack of public engagement. I mean, there should have been back in 2022 when it was agreed, and there wasn't. And you might say, why is the public not asking all these questions? Well, I'm not sure the public knows an awful lot about it. Maybe they would ask more questions if they did know more about it. You know, what at 2.5, what power do we have to shape the goals and work of the Freeport? You know, 4.4, 4.3, 4.4, the gateway policy. Some organisations which may not be compliant are interested in acquiring the Sherford site. You know, there's no barrier to unsuitable business use. All these things ring alarm bells for me. And I, as you probably gathered, I'm not necessarily happy with the situation, but for a number of those reasons, and probably others as well.
Thank you, Denise. Dan, and then Jackie, did you want to make some comments as well?
Yeah, let's go first because I've spoken, but I do want to come back.
Okay, so we'll have Dan, and then are there any other members, and any members not on the executive who want to have anything to say? Please put your hands up so I can see it. And then, but anyway, first of all, come to Dan.
Thank you. So you voted to support the Freeport, as did I, and I think we both did so at the time on the basis that if there was going to be a Freeport, better that the South Hams was involved than the alternative, which would be a situation where Langage is in my ward, Sherford is in my neighbouring colleagues, Councillor Carson and Councillor Nick's ward. What I wouldn't want to see is a situation where the Freeport continued in my ward, and yet the benefits didn't ultimately come back to the people in my ward and the people greater of the district. What we're being asked to do today is send an excellent task and finish set of recommendations through to full council to be debated. That seems to me to be no different to what we're going to be doing later on when we look at sending neighbourhood plans on to full council to be debated. What we're doing is we're saying let's give democracy a chance in December, and on that basis I'm very happy to support.
Thank you, Dan. I can't see any other hands. Jackie, let me come to you.
Thank you. Obviously, the infamous card is still being sort of considered. I have actually answered some of the key questions that Councillor Hopwood has raised again, but other ones around deregulation. So a big concern is around what happens with our climate emergency and our biodiversity emergency, which we have declared and supported on this council. And it's all very well to be thinking about planting acres of trees, absolutely positive, but that's not good enough. Taking away elsewhere will actually just undermine that. And if we're having areas that have the potential to be deregulated, because that's what's really clear on the government's website about expanding, I can read from the government's website here, expanding permitted development rights, and also local development orders will be used to actually help support the Freeports. So what does that mean? It's very unclear. An awful lot of what's written around this is very unclear. But what's really unclear is that we've never seen the contract. I've never seen the contract that's been signed for this any more than I've ever seen the contract that was signed for our waste contract a few years ago. That went completely pear-shaped. That was not done in the favour of South Hams, and we struggled and suffered, and our residents really suffered through COVID because of that. I don't want to be part of something that I don't even know about because I haven't seen the contract, so I can't read it. And, you know, despite what's been said, I do read my papers. I read them very thoroughly. And I read other papers as well that sort of look at other angles of it. But I can't see that this is anything but a major risk to our declaration of climate emergency, a risk to being able to deliver what we need to do for that, because that's the biggest existential threat. We haven't got a Freeport emergency. We've actually got a climate and biodiversity emergency. We've got a housing crisis. And we've also got problems with, you know, just actually delivering some of our planning at the moment. So switching our officer time across, and a lot of our expensive officer time across, to dealing with this Freeport, because it has been a lot of time already allocated so far. So again, that's other investment that we've paid. I think, you know, what I've never had an answer to is how much would it cost us to get out? And I think the real answer is how long's a piece of string, because we don't know unless it was legally challenged, and I accept that. But I think that in fairness to the councillors, all of us as councillors who carry the weight of this, whether we approve it or not as individuals, I think we should actually see that contract before the December meeting, so that we can actually judge for ourselves what's actually in there and whether we feel that that gives us the confidence that we're really protecting the interests of Southampton District Council and the residents who it belongs to.
Thank you, Jackie. And there are members here that have heard that, officers have heard that. We will be debating it on the 14th, and perhaps at that stage we could have some kind of legal indication as to whether we can see the legal document and what it does. I mean, John, did you want to say something?
I think the point is that's been made by both Councillor Callahan and Councillor Hodgson. I just make the point that within the recommendations from the Task and Finish Group at item 8, and I quote, that the monitoring officer provide a report to the executive on the strength of the legal agreements entered into by the council, and in particular those relating to the land assets and income stream. So that actually has been, the concerns that have been raised are being addressed within this report and form part of the recommendation that is going to council. So I mean, it's been, that area has effectively been covered.
Thanks for that, John. I mean, I think members will make their own minds up on and I appreciate what you say there. Look, we've had quite a heated debate. There are differing views. I think that's healthy. Did you want to say something, Jackie?
I think the monitoring officer providing a report to the executive on the strength of the legal agreements is very different to actually us having the opportunity to read a document.
Okay.
We read lots of
Yeah.
Well, I do read lots of 106 agreements. We're not, unable to actually form a judgment ourselves.
Jackie, point taken and well made. Just to say, look, I mean, it's been a good debate. The full debate, actually, this was just the warm up, will happen at the full council.
I can hardly wait.
Yeah, we'll be selling tickets. But just to say that I think it's really important that we have these kind of debates where there are differing views, passionately held, and I hope that we all respect each other. I mean, I appreciate there's some annoyance about a leaflet and politicking. I mean, obviously we've never put out a leaflet with anything that isn't but other than that, no. So but anyway, I hope that we I hope that we can that we can move on in a respectful, we may not agree, but we can move in a respectful position, and that we will let everyone vote. No one will be told how to vote. They will make their own minds up reading the papers, and if you don't agree with it, you make the strength of your argument and try and persuade others to agree on your side, and that's it. But anyway, we've had a proposal. I've seconded the motion, the recommendations as they are on the screen with the slightly amended one. Sorry, Jackie.
Are we going to take them all as a group or
We are
separately?
Yeah, no, I'm going to take them all as a group. So can I have a show of hands for those in favour of the recommendations as shown on the screen?
That's 6 in favour. Thank you, Leader.
And those against?
With 1 against.
And any abstentions?
And 1 abstention. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. We're gonna have a 5-minute break now, where we can all have a cup of tea. Yeah. No. Okay. So thank you all very much. So we'll be back here by what would you say, 15:15? So that's 10 minutes actually. Right, members. Excellent. Good to everyone's back. Yeah, are we back online, Steve? All good. Excellent. We'll move on to agenda item 8. That's the corporate strategy, and that's me. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone that has responded to our corporate strategy, and we're going to change the name, which I think is great. So it's now the Council Plan. Cunning Plan. Thank you, John. What? Yeah. But so I think the council plan is better. Anyway, I'm not going to go through it all, but you know, just on the consultation, I think 2.4 highlights the sort of the themes that are emerging from the consultation, and that says quite clearly a common theme emerging from the consultation was the wish for the council to have greater clarity on exactly what it will deliver and to focus on delivering core services. And on core services, I'm thinking about waste collection, I'm thinking about planning, I'm thinking enforcement, and absolutely we need to get that perfectly right. And then we can do some of the more peripheral things, not necessarily peripheral, but the things that are important to us and our priorities that we can do. But we need to get the core services right. And we need to have a very clear set of SMART targets, so we know what we want to achieve, how we're going to achieve it, and how we're going to gauge whether we've been successful or not. Because you know, it'd be wonderful to think we're going to do everything that we want to do, but we won't. But we need to be able to assess how well we are doing. I think what's interesting is that we've been starting to deliver some of the on some of our priorities already. I'd like to thank John McKay for everything that you've done in respect of local food, the symposium, and I'm looking forward to that report coming back. And you probably might want to say something at a later agenda item on that. Again, thank you, Denise, for what you're doing. And I should say, and thank the previous administration for everything that they did to set the wheels in motion. And now that's coming to fruition. So you know, I think it's a good result again for residents in the South Hams. And then finally on, I've got the. I'd like to say a massive thank you to all the members and all the staff involved in the rollout of the Devon Aligned services. I mean, I've had a few queries and complaints and things like that. Inevitably, we were expecting that, but I think overall, compared to the hoo-ha that there was when we tried it before, it's been so much better. And massive thanks to Sarah Moody and her team and Steve Molyneux. They've done a fantastic job. I would ask members to try and be as helpful as possible at this stage before we start getting too angry. I know it was. Do that. You can do that later, Nikki. You know, give us a month or two, please. And also, I'd just like to thank Jackie for all the work you've been doing on the community composting. I think that's a real step forward. And Jackie and I working together, we'll definitely be looking to see how we can progress some more innovative schemes in respect of waste collection, recycling, and indeed using less and reusing, which is what we should be aiming for in the first place. So that's my sort of rough. I should say massive thank you to Neil actually for doing all this report, but pulling it all together, collating all the information. Thank you, Neil. And it's a dynamic document. It will be evolving throughout our time as situations, events affect what's going on. So I don't want people to think that's it, done in stone, move on. No, that we will be flexible enough to take on board issues as they arise and any ideas about how we might improve what we're trying to achieve. So that's enough from me. Members, any questions? Nikki.
I have a mixture of questions and comments. So do you want me to do and I can't pull them out without looking at my notes individually. So how do you want me to do it?
You
want me
do
just
you
to
do
go for
questions
it?
and comments, and that will count for all members. If you want to do questions and comments, that's fine. And then at the end of that, I'll move the recommendations.
Brilliant,
Yeah.
thank you. And just before I start, it's interesting that you're trying to beat me nowadays to thanking the previous administration on things. So, yeah, I love that, because you're sort of not going to give me a chance now. But having said that, I won't give up on thanking the previous administration. You're still riding on their coattails. So, I'm glad you've changed the name. Probably, council strategy. What a stupid name for any document that the general public have got to read, and residents have got to become a fay with. It's a shame you've left Better Lives for All behind. That was a living document, and I'm glad that this is going to be a living document as well. So I thank you for that. So I'll just go through the notes I've made. 2.1, public consultation. Really poor turnout and response from public consultation, which is a shame, because you've put consultation pretty high on your list of wishes, and you did open up several communication channels for consultation and went out to the residents, but it clearly has it worked because actually residents don't care, or hasn't it worked? We need to know that, because we need to definitely, for future consultations, try and encourage residents as best we can to respond, because this council doesn't belong to you and I, it belongs to them. So we need to find another way of getting residents to respond, because these channels still aren't working. So that's my first one. My next, the name change. My next is 3.4 A. Apparently, which is brilliant, you've launched a thermal camera imaging lending scheme. It says it's started because it's been launched, but where's this been advertised? My next question. My next question is, the 62,000 for community projects. I just want to put a marker down that I will be speaking about that later. 3.6 housing, point A. Undertaken comprehensive research into the benefits of community land trusts, community development, and the role of delivery partners. I just would like to know what comprehensive research has been done and where we can get a copy of the document that shows the research, please. What's number is this? 3.6 again. Point E. Implemented a council tax scheme for care leavers, which was a brilliant scheme, but it wasn't a South Ham scheme. It was a Devon County Council promoted scheme, which I'm glad we took on board and ran with, but it's really was via Devon County Council, not this administration. Part F, successfully lobbied government to enable us to implement 100% council tax premium on second homes from 2025. I know you have, leader, and paid tribute to the ex-leader of South Hams, Councillor Judy Pearce, before, but I wanted to do it again because this is such it was a pinnacle moment in second homes when we could actually charge for 200% council tax. I don't think it was this administration that lobbied for it. It was, well, I know it wasn't. It was down to Councillor Pearce. It was voted for in the Conservative Council administration, and I don't really get why you've taken the credit for that in a document. Economy and jobs, 3.8. Number B, launch grant schemes, including diversification grants and community resilience grants. Can we find where the list of grants and schemes is, please, and what they are? Do you want me to keep going? Well, we'll do anyway. 3.11, launched a new website to make it easier for customers. Again, brilliant timing for you, bad timing for the last administration because that work was started in the previous administration. Commenced detailed review of our approach to planning enforcement. Excellent task and finish group was set up to look at enforcement. And it was led by Councillor Dennis. And it consisted of, or the only people that turned up were Councillor Dennis, Councillor Long, Councillor Bernard, blonde moment, Taylor, you know, it happens occasionally. It hasn't happened for a while, to be fair. And Councillor Penfold. It's a shame, and I think it's something that really needs to be addressed. There was no one from the new administration turned up to that group, and it really is an issue. I think there's an issue with members turning up full stop and there being a full complement of members on all groups, because when you become a councillor, you don't only represent the residents, that's one half of the job, but the other half of the job is we as councillors run the council. We are in charge of setting policy and strategy, which our officers deliver on our behalf. And if councillors aren't turning up, then they're not doing the other half of the job that they were doing in the beginning. So I would urge you, leader, to try and put that right. Can't expect me to be nice all the time, can you? And that is, I think, it for me. Thank you. Oh no, there's one more. Sorry, just bear with. A few years ago, it shows what it does. In the face-to-face engagement, it says that a lot of residents didn't quite understand which council did what, because we've got Devon County, we've got ourselves, we've got the towns and parishes, so we've got 3 tiers of government here locally, and residents struggle sometimes, and quite rightly so, but they all think for some reason that South Hams is responsible for everything, mostly potholes. And there was an excellent leaflet produced by this council, and we're definitely not responsible for potholes, no, it's Devon County Council. There was an excellent leaflet produced by this council quite a few years ago that you opened out, it's about that wide, and it had everything that each council was responsible for. It was really easy to read, and it was really helpful. And I know I'm against printing leaflets nowadays because I think we've gone way past that, but it was such a good leaflet. I was wondering if we could find some money to put that in with the council tax bills that go out, because that would really help residents know who does what. And that is it. So I'll go back to the beginning, so I know you've answered all my questions.
Right, Nikki, I tried to write some of them down, but I may have missed some of them. So, but by all means, come back. Just on that last point, very good idea. I think it's something we can definitely look at. Can't take a decision here now, but that's it. And I mean, the good news for the public is that if the devolution deal goes through, they'll have another tier of government to deal with. But there we are. Anyway, no, so right from the start, consultation. I mean, consultation is always tricky. I mean, do we take it that everyone's happy with it, or do this out? I mean, what I will say is if we said that we were going to build a wind farm, you know, on Dartmoor, we would have got a lot more consultations. I mean, the fact of the matter is my experience with the public is that if it's not something that they think is going to affect them adversely, then they don't necessarily engage, and it's a shame. But you know, that's just the fact of life, I think.
Just come back to you very quickly on that one, because I've known you, I think we've been councillors together for about 18, 19 years now, and until this point, you've always said we didn't do a good enough job at consultation in the previous administration, but now you realise.
Yeah.
Well, no, you don't realise. Now you're actually saying what we've always told you, so that's brilliant. We've educated you, and now you can say it.
Thanks, Nikki. I've been on a journey. Right. The housing. I can't remember what you said about housing now. Just remind me. Oh, community land trust. Yeah, actually, Nikki, there's a whole agenda item on that coming up later on. So I think it's probably best if I pass over that with Denise, and you can look at that. Care leavers. Look, I appreciate it might not necessarily be in this council, but I do think it. I think it, you know, I'd like to single out Andy, actually, our chief executive, who led that, and I can assure you it wasn't Devon County. Andy led that and got all the districts together and the county to leave. And so, yeah, maybe it's not us as the council, but I mean, you know, he's our chief exec. So, but I absolutely, I think it's a fantastic thing. And so good news on that. 200%. Well, you know, we take the credit. I've been going. You know, like you say, Nikki, we've been councillors for 20 years actually. Although you did take a sabbatical in the middle. But I think that with the 200%, I've always been going on about it. I mean, the thing that disappoints me about it is that it hasn't been instigated sooner. That they've waited, they've just dragged their feet. It's not actually going to come in until the 25-26 financial year, which is a shame. Take on board what you say about enforcement, task and finish. Absolutely, it's a crucial thing, and I think you're absolutely right about that. It is disappointing. I mean, I know Dan. Obviously, it's in his field, and it's something that we need to get right because it's not right at the moment. We absolutely know that. That's what I've got written down, Nikki. But there's some other issues.
Yes, there was.
Okay.
There was the thermal imaging camera.
All right. Yeah.
Where has this been advertised? That was the next one.
Can I let John? Cool.
He's the expert.
Hi, it's been advertised in our climate change and biodiversity newsletter so far, which also goes to parish town councils. We've opted for a slow kind of communications uptake on that at the moment. So we've only got 4 cameras, so we didn't want to inundate the system with applications straight away. So we've had 4 applications so far. Some of them are booking the camera out for next year, so we'll probably do another communications round on that soon.
Thank you. The other is I've got my glasses on. Economy and jobs. Launch grant schemes including diversification grants and community resilience grants. What are the schemes, please, and where can?
Got me there. John, do you know about that?
So it's 3.8 B, and you have put launched grant schemes including diversification grants and community resilient grants. I just want to know where they're advertised, where they're written down, and how we can find out about what's been launched.
Yeah, actually, if you look, I presume you've read the papers for the meeting, but it's on the agenda. Your query will be answered on the item. I haven't got the agenda in front of me, but it's on the agenda. So perhaps we could deal with that then.
Yeah, we'll do that, John.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Okay, lovely. Thank you. Questions?
Chair, could I just mention something?
Okay, Guy. What I was going to do is executive mode, but you come in, Guy, as you've got the floor.
Well, it was only just to reply to Councillor Hopwood. I think both the thermal imaging camera and I think the community grants have been circulated in the members' communication, and I, as a result of that, have distributed that to all my 7 parish councils, and you know, with hope that they will pass it on to their residents. So, you know, there is a way that we can disseminate all this information.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't saying that I didn't know where they'd be. I just wanted to know if they'd been put anywhere further than the obvious communication channels that we know.
Thank you, Guy. No,
well,
I think,
if councillors are doing their jobs, hopefully they will be spreading the word.
I think, as Adam said, is we don't want to inundate the system at the moment, so we're doing it sort of gently, and it's obviously working to some extent, and maybe we'll accelerate that later on. Denise.
I was going to say pretty much the same as Council Panel, and it's been in our members' bulletin about the thermal imaging cameras, and they're intended, as I understand it, at the moment, just for town and parish councils and community groups as an initial response. so that when we go to our town and parish councils, we can then tell them about the thermal imaging cameras. And in fact, I think Kingsbridge may already have signed up, so it's off and running. And regard housing, I'll explain all in our housing update.
Thank you. Sam?
Thank you.
Sorry, Jackie.
Oh, sorry. No, do exactly. Thank you. I've just done it on my computer, Googled Southampton District Council corporate plan, takes you to Better Lives for All. That may be a reason why we have not had the public consultation. Straight in. Takes you to our old.
Thank you.
And I have raised this on a couple of occasions at meetings.
Maybe.
And I think it's really disappointing because as much as, I think we've had a certain amount of response. It's a bit of a disappointing response, really, given the importance of the next few years and all the elements.
Okay. Well, thanks for that, Jackie.
And I just think it's really, it's not kind of after the horse has bolted because they've still got today if anybody's listening. But I think it's unfortunate that because it's we've got this new website. It could easily have just been put on that list, couldn't it?
Yeah, no point taken.
There's that. But the other thing I just wanted to say is that I welcome it being changed to our plan because I think as you say that is a better way of actually describing it. I will reserve my comments that I have on some of the elements until we talk again because most of it was around the Freeport, and I think it does look better the way you've done it now, but not that element. I'm not going to go down that again. So yeah, I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. I think Neil just wanted to say something about the website.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. And it does bring it up. I mean, we're kind of limited to Google, what Google can do, and redirects to Google. But certainly there is a link on our website to the current consultation, and we have been actively promoting the website address everywhere, through our social media channels. So we have been directly sending people to that link. And I think actually the consultation responses are broadly similar to the last time we consulted on a corporate strategy. They're certainly not wildly different in terms of the levels of engagement with residents. And I think having it, running it for 10 weeks is significantly more than we've ever done before. So we've certainly done all we can to try to engage and to promote that. And we've even handed out cards as well. We've been out on the streets to encourage people to respond, but we can't force people.
Can I reply just to say, well, I accept that, but do we not still have access to this page where we could have actually just stuck it on that page as well?
We do, and we could, yeah. I mean, we didn't want to muddy the water with the current corporate strategy and the emerging corporate strategy, because currently Better Lives for All is our corporate strategy. So we didn't want to blur the lines too much, but we could have done that. I'm not convinced it would have made a significant difference, if I'm honest, to the response rates.
Well, I beg to differ.
But thanks for raising that point. Sam?
Yes, thank you. I want to talk about Nikki's point and the consultation comment that Jackie mentioned. As an ex-teacher, if I only had, I think, 2.2% of my children being able to respond to something I put towards them, I would not suggest that was a successful consultation or lesson or whatever. So I wonder what percentage response from public would be considered by the exec a good percentage response. And then if it is less than that, I think we need to be considering about our language around it. So when I read all the documents that you put forward, it sounds all very positive and we consulted and it sounds all very hunky-dory, but when you actually look at the figures, it's really poor. So is there, I mean, I know that officers suggest that, they're doing all they can, but can we not think out of the box? I mean, during canvassing time for elections, we literally go around and canvass pretty much every door. You Lib Dems, that's what you do, that's your focus. So if we want a better response, perhaps we need to be doing thinking more out of the box rather than the normal things we're doing. I don't know. So what is the percentage of response, a good response?
Oh, I don't know. What a good response, what we think a good response is. I mean, I do think as members that there is a sort of duty beholden on us to talk and get involved in our communities and ask them. And I hope members have been asking their parish and towns to do that. I know that quite a few. I mean, although there's a low number, I know that some of those are responses from a parish or town, which involves a lot of people. you know, they've gone out to their parishioners and said, "What do you think?" And so it's slightly hide the figures, but I'm not going to pretend that this has been the greatest. Like I said, if we put a few unpopular things in there, then we would have got a lot more back. Yeah, I don't know, if I'm honest, Sam. And if you've got some really bright ideas about how we can increase public engagement, it's very much part of what we want to do, is involve the communities and make them feel part of it. And in fact, we'll only succeed with them. So it is a really important factor. But I'm not going to pretend I know the best way of doing it. I don't know if others have got other solutions. I mean, Jackie, did you want to?
I mean, I think the points you make in response, and I'm not knocking what Councillor Penfold's saying. Obviously, I broadly agree, but I would just say that I think that it could have been separated out slightly, where we've actually consulted directly. I remember being in the chamber here with my town council hat on, with fellow town councillors were here, and there was a lot of questions asked there and responses in certain things. I don't know if that's the one that's been referred to, or maybe it's not. Was that the one? Maybe there was another one that was talking directly, which got the town vitality bit in there. But I think that there is a difference between when you talk to town and parish council representatives, because they are representing another body, and so that you could say that gives weighting to it. But I would say if we look at some of the responses we've had to neighbourhood plans, that might be an indicator of what we could reasonably expect if we've done our consultation well, because with neighbourhood plans, often the town itself or the parish is going out there and encouraging people to respond. And I would have thought if we had a look at that might give us a little bit of a target to see how well we compare.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting. But I mean, I reiterate, if people have got better ways, if they think that we can engage with our communities, that they in a positive way, then we're all ears, quite frankly. Yeah, on that. John, did you want to?
Can I just mention a double-decker bus again?
Yeah, no, you can mention it, John. No, just on that, and I know it's something that Dan's looking at. I mean, you may have heard that rather sadly the mobile libraries are coming to an end. Devon County Council mobile libraries. There are going to be 4 mobile libraries available at the end of February. And that may be something that we look at and think, this is a way of, exactly as you say, of going out and communicating as a sort of one-stop shop to our more rural areas. But yeah, no, I mean, double-decker bus, John. It's in there. Yeah. Sam, was there any other points you wanted to raise at the consultation? Was there another issue? No? Okay. Thank you for that. Right. Any members, any other? Lee, and I know guys have already come in. Yeah, Lee.
Well, yes, very quickly, Chair, just to say that I think we could have used the connection to parish councils more effectively, either by having a short presentation that we could give, or a questionnaire, or some other mechanism. They are the conduit to the local community that we have very easy and positive access to, and I don't think they were. I don't think they felt fully part of the process. And we could have used them better. Thank you.
Well, can I just say to members then that if that's a general feeling, you ask your parishes, do they feel that they were properly consulted? Did they have the opportunity to respond? And if they come back and say, no, we weren't, and we didn't, and we felt disengaged or whatever, let us know. I think that'd be really important. I mean, I did do a series of meetings with parishes around the district, not all of them by any stretch of the imagination, and it's that sort of continued dialogue that we want to continue, and I know Dan with our community strategy will be looking at. But yeah, if parishes and towns felt that they weren't included, then it'd be really important for us to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine is nothing to do with this really, but I'm very. Have you finished with the foot of the?
We finished with consultation.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
so you move on to something else.
Well, that's right. No, it's about the composting, and I've been championing this all the time. The last time we had it, we had £200,000 to help communities with their composting scheme.
the take up was very small. How can we promote that? And is there still money there to be able to offer to our parishes to take this forward? Because I think it's a good scheme.
Thanks, Bernard. Can I, Jackie, you're right taking that? Yeah, because it's yes.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Bernard, because it's really important, and you know that I've kind of been gagging here to kind of get really cracking on it, and to some extent there's been work going on, but and there was actually a report back to councillors a while ago, just not that very long ago. I think maybe you didn't. Did you come to that meeting? We did it online. It was a feedback on what's been going on with the waste. But I think it's in January. We're set to have a meeting where we will actually be updating everybody on what's going on with the scheme. There has been proactive engagement via Sustainable South Hams and working with the team there to start bringing people on and actually encouraging. And in fact, I went to the Malden. They were celebrating their AGM, getting their planning, because it's quite complex. And so there's been a lot of new work put on the website about how people can engage and get involved. But I really want members to actually really get, to actually be introduced to it properly. But of course, what we've had at the moment is the waste team, in all fairness, absolutely working their socks off, delivering all the, just that final part of the district that didn't have the full Devon Line service. And that is now, 2 weeks into it. So that's, very positive, and it's all going very swimmingly. And that's because we haven't overburdened them with, like, what do we do about the community composting? But that is going on behind the scenes. As I say, I've met a couple of times with various groups. And I think as and when we have that full meeting with the councillors, that's when actually there'll be much more information given to you individually to seek people, where there might be applications in your area. And certainly there is money available still. And it is based on to some extent match funding, but we're looking at some of that tuning. But we have engaged with the team at on Sustainable South Hams who do delivery of composting, not only actually setting up helping groups set up the schemes, but pushing that awareness out there. So that work is ongoing, but it will be updated properly. And actually one of the things I want to do is to bring you to what's going to be the demonstration site at South Brent, which is ongoing, and there's work going on there with our team officers, etc. at the moment. But thank you for raising it. But yeah, certainly very important and not off the agenda.
Thank you, Bernard. Sam, did you want to?
I think you know what I'm going to say. As councillor of Malden, I want to give a shout out to the Malden composting team and what a wonderful job they've done. And thanks to Jackie for supporting that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, and again, thank you, Jackie, for all and for everything that you do there, Sam. And if we can get that, and people can see that that's a scheme that's come to fruition and is functioning, then hopefully others will follow. But yeah, no, great news there. Right, just I should also I add. I mean, this isn't the final go that we've got at this. If you see recommendation number 4, that a further report will come to executive at the next meeting, and then we will adopt the council plan in February of next year. And then, sorry, Nikki, that's when Better Lives for All will go, and we'll have a council plan.
Sad times.
Right.
Generally.
Okay. All right. Right. So anyway, I'll formally move those 4 recommendations. Have I got a seconder for that? Dan, happy to second. Can I see all those in favour of those recommendations? Thank you. That's
7 in favour, Leader.
Any against? And abstentions?
With 1 abstention. Thank you, Leader.
Well done, Nikki. Right, agenda item 9 is the draft review and capital budget proposals for 24-25. Can I first of all thank Lisa and her team for everything you've done in getting this, and also for that we've managed to whittle it down to such a small gap thus far, and obviously we're going to have to plug that gap. This obviously isn't the budget setting at this stage, but these are draft proposals. So comments are very welcome at this stage, where you think we might have got things wrong or what we could do differently. So I'll just over to you, really, Nikki.
Thank you. And I haven't found my note yet, so I don't know where it is in here. But there's nowhere in here that gives a line for homelessness. So are we saying that we've got enough money in the pot for homelessness, or we don't need to budget for it next year? I was just wondering. And I suppose on the back of that, because of the inclement weather at the moment. I know this isn't anything to do with the meeting, but it would be good just to have a very quick 2-minute update on what we've done to get rough sleepers off the road in this inclement weather. I'm just sneaking that in because it's so important to us.
No, Nikki was. I mean, just to say, I mean, in our revenue budget monitoring report, there was an overspend of about £250,000 on homelessness, so it is an issue. Fortunately, we've bought those houses in Sherford, so we will address some of it. We are incredibly lucky here in the South Hams that we don't have a massive amount of homelessness. I think they do the consensus, and I think there were 5 individuals in the South Hams, and some of those individuals, you know, it's not just the fact they haven't got a home. There are other, you know, there's complex issues as to why they are. But I totally agree. I mean, Lisa, did you want to say something about it? Because
yes, thank you, Leader.
Yeah.
Yes, so thank you for the question. So on page 94, that shows where we've got cost pressures and savings going into our budget preparations for next year. At the moment, we've got a memorandum account right at the bottom of page 94 of the agenda, where we're saying that, as you rightly say, the council is experiencing a higher level of temporary accommodation costs, and there will be a need to build a further cost pressure in for this. As the Leader has said, in our latest budget monitoring report, we were predicting that to be about 250,000. In the recent Chancellor's announcement, the autumn statement, it has been announced that local housing allowances, the LHA rates, will be raised to the 30% percentile of local market rents, and that will be from April 2024. So that will certainly help us to reduce our temporary accommodation costs. So we will be looking to build a cost pressure in for that. We're doing some work with the housing team at the moment to analyse what that recent statement from the autumn statement about LHA rates increasing, what impact that's going to have on the cost pressure that we probably need to build in for next year. Thank you.
Sorry, just whilst you're whispering, I'll just come back and take the opportunity just to jump in. It's just that homelessness and rough sleepers are 2 completely different things. So I would like an update on the rough sleepers. I know that some have complex needs and choose to stay on the streets, but just take the opportunity to get an update on them. Thank you.
Izzy, yeah, that'd be great. If Izzy can give us an update, that'd be lovely. Thank you. I mean, first of all, I should say that I think we've got a fantastic team who are out helping. I mean, rough sleepers and homeless.
My update isn't because I don't think they're doing a good job. I just am genuinely.
Yeah, sure. Nikki, that's fine.
We're required to submit an estimate to government each year of our the amount of people that we estimate are out rough sleeping. This year in the South Hams it was 5, which remains unchanged from last year, but it's a different. It's that those 5 are different other than 1. So in the storms we engaged with them. They were all offered accommodation to come in. For whatever reason, they chose not to. And we realise it's a challenge for people to make that decision to come in, but we will continue working with them until they feel ready to make that move. We've got Jill Evans. She's our outreach worker. She's out and about encouraging people to come in when they can. We will be enacting our severe weather protocol. In fact, I think it's already activated. That means that there is a responsibility on the local authority to accommodate anybody at risk of rough sleeping. We can't make them come in, but there will be an offer of accommodation, and that will be through bed and breakfast.
Yeah, that's it's. I have to say it's the answer I expected because we're very proactive with rough sleepers. But thank you for letting people know that.
Thank you, Nikki, and thank you for highlighting that. Thanks, Izzy. Any other questions on the agenda item? John? Yeah.
I thought you were talking to somebody called Mike. I can't find anything in here about climate change budget. Is that because it's buried in other figures, or is it just not there?
I'm going to hand over to Lisa, John.
Chairman, there is a separate report on the agenda for climate change and the climate change strategy. Yeah. As part of what's on the climate change agenda, it does talk about some grant schemes, and what we would be looking to do is to build that into the council's delivery plans. So between now and the budget coming forward at the end of January, all of those delivery plans would be costed up. So there are some asks from the climate change agenda, there are some asks from housing, for example, on this agenda. We will put all of that together and come back to and obviously liaise with members around those costed delivery plans, which will be formalised in the January budget report. So we're just at that stage at the moment where those delivery plans are being costed. We had a report to the executive in September that identifies some potential resource for those costed delivery plans around earmark reserves and capital resources, which we know we can free up. So all that will be pulled together in December and January and come back. But the items on today's agenda just highlight the items that we're looking for approval to go into those delivery plans. Thank you.
I have to admit that I'm a bit confused. I mean, this is the corporate plan and the budget in order to deliver that. I would have expected to be. I mean, there is a commitment, and I hope that commitment stands, of £500,000 per year, presumably from May the 5th this year, to be spent on climate change, and I just struggle to find that commitment in these figures.
Chairman, for you, that will come in the January reports. So we're just not quite at that stage
I'll
yet.
have to
Yes.
just defer to that. Okay.
If I can help, Chairman. So the intention, as Mrs. Buckle said, is to bring the council plan, all of the detailed delivery plans, which will show what we're going to do, the allocation of responsibilities and the allocation of resources, as well as the final draft budget to the January meeting of the executive, so that all of those things align prior to formal adoption of the council plan and the formal budget for next financial year, both capital and revenue, to bring that through to council. So we're on a path of convergence, Councillor McKay, and it will all come together at that point.
Thanks, John. Jackie.
Thank you. About 3 years ago, further to a motion I put forward, it was agreed that we would actually set aside 100,000 to look for sites to support the rough sleeping community, who are also classed as rough sleepers who are living in caravans. As far as I know, no site has ever been purchased, and what I'm aware of is that value of sites has gone up. Should there be a budget pressure added into this to allow for that still to have the same kind of value? Because otherwise we might end up only being able to afford to buy a pothole if we're not careful, and that won't do us any good. I mean, the notion was that we would actually be able to help people not have to live on the side of the road, which isn't good for their, for all sorts of, good reasons, including the individuals themselves, many of whom have, suffered from mental health just because of that circumstance. So I think it's quite an important issue, and I realise that this is about certain elements of the budget rather than the full budget, but I just want to make sure that maybe if we need to increase the value of that, to make sure it still has some value.
Thanks, Jackie. Did we pass that motion to have 100,000?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So, I think, obviously things have changed, and if something does come up, then we need to look at the business case, the cost of it, and it may definitely be something that we should be looking to invest in.
Maybe I see heads shaking over there. It's probably about 3, possibly 4 years ago, subsequent to which Hilary Bastone, as councillor at the time, I asked a question about what's happening, and he replied about how they'd been looking at some sites, but since then it's kind of gone quiet. And we've also had a couple of the traveller forum meetings, which I've attended. There hasn't been anything, I think, probably for over a year now. So it's like, you know, don't want it to just disappear, because it's really important. And of course, I've always pointed out that our assessment of the number of pitches needed is considerably less than what Devon County Council assesses for the South Hams.
So if I can help, I don't know the precise details of whether it was formalised in the budget, and obviously Mrs. Buckle can confirm that. But I think in terms of the point of principle about a commitment to looking for these sites, absolutely, we're continuing to work on that. Clearly, we need to work with the county council on that as well. They're involved in that process and haven't always been entirely keen to get involved in that debate. So we'll continue to have that conversation with them. But of course, at the end of the day, it's for you as members, when setting your budget, to agree on what the overall priorities are. That will need to be done through the process in beginning of next year. So we have the budget in place for April. But that doesn't stop us bringing forward proposals. And if we have a proposal for a site or sites, that will be costed up in the normal way, and those proposals come through, as many other reports do, to the executive and council with fully costed proposals. So it doesn't, because it's not in there, it doesn't mean to say it won't be in there in the future. Councillor Hodgson.
Okay, thank you. And if I may just say on the back of that, then what I would really appreciate is if the reports that were sent to councillors, which obviously often includes exempt material, if that could be made available to us through the website, so that we can actually access some of those reports and do our bit of backtracking and history. And, you know, because obviously the new Civica only has what we've had since the last couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie, on that, I think if I mean, I've certainly found when I've been looking for documents that have passed the 3 months, I've just got in touch with Daryl, and Daryl's always managed to access them for me. So yeah, no, thank you for doing that, Daryl. Right, and any more for any more? In which case there are 6 recommendations, I think. The first, is it 6 or 5? Five. The first 2 are for us, and the second 3 we're recommending to full council that they do that. I'd like to move all 5 of those A to E. Can I have a seconder for that, Dan? Thank you. All those in favour, please show. That's great.
It's unanimous for those 5. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Right, agenda item 10, the electric vehicle strategy update. John, over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Adam, but this is an excellent, and I hope you've all read it, a very detailed report. My only criticism is the fact that there's some idiot's face on the front of it that I'd rather wasn't there. But but apart from that, it is a wonderful thing, and the plan is to do this in-house. Anyway, I'm not going to go on. I'll pass over to Adam.
Thanks, Councillor McKay. So members all recall we brought a draft EV strategy to executive earlier on this year, and the EV strategy then was developed through a task and finish group. We subsequently went out to consultation. We had 261 responses, which is pretty good for something of this type. But out of that consultation, most of the respondents predominantly agreed with the actions that we had suggested through that strategy. Some of the qualitative answers provided some wishes around us to explore parish council support for EV charging and wanting to open up some of our own charges for public use. So we've tried to wrap that up into this strategy as well. The draft strategy has been slightly altered from its draft, and that's detailed in section 4.7. But an important change to highlight here is the new options for EV charging installation we've got for ourselves now in terms of installing ourselves. So we've gained a greater understanding around installation of EV chargers due to our involvement through the Deletti programme. And we've developed and invested in skills in-house to install EV chargers ourselves. The chargers that we've installed at Dartmouth Health Hub represent the first public chargers we've installed. And this followed some fleet chargers we installed at our Totnes depot. So alongside the letting model, the charges we've got in our car parks at the moment, this was on a public-private concessionary model. So we can now look at funding charging installation ourselves, so we can have more control over delivery timescales, pricing, usage, all those sorts of things. And obviously a lot of these things will require a business case to be submitted when we start to develop feasibility on other sites we are looking at the moment. And the report also details opportunities for installing some chargers through a public-private concessionary model through the Levy Fund, which is the government EV charging installation fund, which has replaced AUX and a lot of the old EV charging funds that have been out there. So this is a 2-year grant. So Devon County Council are the holders of that fund, but district councils and unitary councils are obviously involved in this, so we can put together sites. So we've suggested some sites to put through for this fund, and these are sites that we would struggle to deliver ourselves, and that's why we've put them here. Some of the easier sites that we might be able to look at, we'd rather kind of look at ourselves in the first instance.
Thank you. Members, questions, comments? Nikki.
So this is a bit, just want to say the map on page 10 of the strategy document shows Woolwell, which is a first, because Woolwell doesn't get shown very often. And I'm just wondering if you're thinking of installing charging points in, as well as in council-owned car parks, etc., sort of on community centres or village halls, because some of these community centres and village halls are out on a bit of a limb, and a charging point there, the community centre or the village hall wouldn't necessarily be able to afford them, but the council could. And I just think we need to concentrate on outside of our own land and go into other parts as well. I have to say, you know, Woolwell, all joking aside, has a large community centre and would benefit massively from a charging point because it's on the edge of Plymouth, and there are a lot of people who work in Plymouth and have, you know, very little space of time to charge their car. The community centres, wherever they are around the area, are usually busy with community-minded with people in them, and they would find something like that really handy whilst they were in a meeting or something, if they were able to charge their car outside a village hall or a community centre.
So we've got quite limited staff resourcing around this at the moment in terms of what we're able to install, but I do have some colleagues from assets who might be able to flesh that out a little bit. So can I ask Laura to elaborate on that a little bit?
Adam.
And other community village.
Yeah.
Well, definitely would be number one, obviously, but other village halls in and around the district would be superb. Thank you.
Just on that, Adam, I appreciate that you know that there's always staffing issues, but I wonder if there's some kind of pro forma or way forward that you could actually pass over a lot of the heavy lifting, i.e. working out where it's going to go, what will it do, over actually to the parishes or the community centres, so they do all of that. And then at that stage, we might look about if we need a capital resource, you know, that we could help, or the community does itself. But so working in partnership with them, rather than expecting us to do it all. They say we want an EV over to you, South Hams. What they say is we want an EV, and we go, well, you sort that out, and then we'll, you know, tell us where we might be. Tell the council where you think they might be able to help. So do it that way, getting them to do the work, and then us sort of helping out if we can.
Yeah, so what we could do also is do a kind of a call for sites as well, to understand what parish councils and town councils or community groups that have land that they want us to look at potentially as well.
No, I think that would be good. If you, obviously, you know, if you've got the staff, that'd be great. And anyway, Jackie.
I want to welcome this. Thank you very much, and it's really good to have a nice, you know, colourful leaflet, albeit with Mike on it as well. But it's but it's really nice, you know, because it's very clear. Because I mean, as somebody who's been, you know, chairing a climate emergency group for 2 or 3 years now, it's really useful to have these things that people can actually really take away and go through and understand. and feel positive about. One of the things that has come up at the climate emergency group in Totnes is the need for more of the rapid chargers, because otherwise there is a kind of a blocking of parking places, and not so many people can access it if somebody leaves their car charging for 2 hours while they go and do their shopping. But nevertheless, I can see from here there is kind of a range being offered, and also that whole thing about being able to charge bicycles is really good as well, because obviously I think that, apart from anything else, will really support our tourism offer as well. Because a lot of people come, we would rather see them struggling around on bikes with their picnic on the back than sort of clogging up more of the arterial roads that we already have problems with. And it's just positive all round. So yeah, very positive. And also the watercraft element as well, because diesel is one of the, on watercraft, and diesel is almost as bad as going around in aeroplanes, quite frankly. So this is a real positive as well, and hopefully should mean we have cleaner waters around the beaches, because obviously that skim of oil that comes off a lot of the watercraft goes straight onto the beach. So that's all positive. So I just wanted to say, yeah, really well done, and thank you, and really welcome it. The other thing I just wanted to ask was, I see that part of it is increasing the offer to tenants and staff at Follerton. I don't want to sound unpleasant on this, but are people being charged for that? Because obviously, otherwise that's it's a perk, and maybe that should be recognised as such if that's not being charged for.
Interesting point. I don't know, if I'm honest, but it's maybe something that we could look into on that. I've got but thank you for welcoming the report, Jackie. That was much appreciated. I've got Guy.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to respond to Councillor Hotwood. The idea of installing vehicle chargers in Brent and possibly in our car park has been investigated several times by the parish council, and we've consistently been told by the electricity companies that there is not sufficient power supply to facilitate that. So there's a caveat that a lot will depend on the strength of the grid. I know the government has said it's going to put more money into providing strengthening for the electricity supplies, but a lot of these rural locations probably won't have a grid supply that enables them to have fast charging.
Yeah, just to come back on that, George, very quickly, I did look on the strategy, and there is grid capacity of up to 20% near Woolwell. Thank you.
Okay. So, but anyway, thanks for raising that, Guy. I mean,
you're almost in the conurbation, Nikki.
Sam.
Can I just ask a question? Can I just clarify that where there is the grid capacity to put in a rapid charger, is that being considered, or is the policy that will only ever be fast chargers in the public car parks?
Can I pass over?
I think it's all going to depend on cost, really. So for at a rapid charge, you're looking at 40 to 50k just for one rapid charger. So if we can secure dual fast chargers or fast chargers for if we've got a budget if we've only got like, say 100k, we could provide more chargers for that budget if there's grid capability. So it's going to be down to what we think is going to be good for that site in terms of charging availability.
Sam.
Yeah, just to come back on that, I guess it's a looking forward, and I just noticed that in Kingsbridge the fast chargers aren't actually used that often, because elsewhere in town commercial places are offering rapid chargers. So as Councillor Hodgson referred to earlier, there's two empty spaces in a public car park. So there will come a balance of actually, are we providing something that people are choosing not to use and therefore wasting car park spaces? So just something to consider.
Yeah, no, thank you, Sam. I think that's a good point. Any more questions, comments? John, do you want to?
Well, I would
move the recommendation.
Move the recommendation, please.
Yeah,
can second it.
Second it. Yeah, Jackie, second it. All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous. Thank you, Leader.
Yeah, thank you, John and Adam, for all that. Excellent. Right, agenda item 11, the climate change and biodiversity update. That's you again, John.
The recommendations speak for themselves. The idea is to augment, I suppose, the localities' funds for members by 3,000 per year, and no, 2,000 per year, and there's 31 of us, so that's 62,000. And for that to be a rolling figure, so it's every year. Previously there was a one-off figure, and I think everybody used that quite successfully. And the proposers put that back in place. And the second point here is about the Bioregional Learning Centre, who've been commissioned to do a learning exercise on resilience for local climate adaptation, and they have quite a long track record of doing very good work in this area, and so we've asked them to look at this. And the final point is to do with the Yelm Community Energy Grant. That they are an organisation based in the Yelm community, and they're looking to refinance basically, and they are having a community share offer, and it is being proposed that we actually invest in that share offer. They are a community benefit society, and I believe the limit of investment in that society, their rules are such that 100,000 is the top whack as to how much you could invest. We've had various meetings with them, and I think they are going to be there's going to be further meetings about this. There is no particular urgency, but it is going to be considered by Audit and Governance to make sure that this is a good idea, because it's the first time we've done it. I think that pretty much says it all, really. Hopefully you've read the paper and can and happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Nikki.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we continue, I'd like to make an amendment to a recommendation one. So we hopefully, if it's agreed, we're just speaking to the one recommendation. Where am I? A one-off payment was given to each councillor in 2022-23 to spend on climate change and biodiversity. It was £3,000. And although I accept many of these councillors are no longer on the council, we've never actually been given a précis of what, if anything, councillors spent the money on, and if what I would say is a pilot was successful or not. We have no information on it at all, never been given it, and now we're being asked to propose £2,000 a year moving onwards. It worries me, because we're now saying that, to me, by accepting recommendation one, we're saying, well, we gave them all £3,000. We don't know what anybody spent it on. We don't know if it was successful, but we're going to do it indefinitely, forever and a day. Although I accept, again, the councillors are different now. So I would propose that we amend the recommendation to say that at the end of 12 months, the spend will be reviewed, and if it is deemed successful, this fund will continue. That then gives you you can then look at what monies councillors have spent, what they've spent it on, who hasn't spent it, what's happened with it, and it just gives you a check and balance, rather than just accept £2,000 a year moving forward forever and a day. I just would be more comfortable with that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. I mean, John.
I'm more than happy to accept that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good idea. Very good idea. So yeah, I mean, when you move the motion, if you just say with the amendment there from Nikki, then we do that. Okay, good. No, thank you. Denise.
Thank you. I was just going to say pretty much the opposite, surprisingly. And I hope I don't have a blonde moment while I'm talking. Yeah, I think this is an excellent idea. I wouldn't have thought we needed a 12-month trial if we're doing our jobs properly. 2,000 a year generally is nowhere near enough for myself and probably a lot of us. For all the people in the community who want help directly from us, this is one of the best things we can do. We can directly help our residents without all the, cutting out middlemen, the bureaucracy and all the rest of it. I don't think £2,000 is enough. So this is excellent for adding another £2,000 on top. Climate change, biodiversity crisis is a top priority for us, and this is in line with that. As I say, we can take direct action. I mean, in Kingsbridge, where I'm a ward member, we have Kingsbridge Climate Action off the top of my head, Wild About Kingsbridge, all sorts of things like that, and I'm sure the rest of you do as well. And they're always wanting money for, throwing wildflower seeds around and planting trees and all the rest of it, and quite rightly too. And so this is, I found I ran out of money, pretty much halfway through the year, and I'm surprised if people are not spending this money and perhaps they're not trying hard enough. So that's my view. I think it's an excellent idea, Councillor McKay, and let's all try to make sure we spend it, and maybe we can get more next year. Who knows?
Can I just respond?
Lisa's faints.
To respond to
Yeah,
that
John,
and say-
and then I'll come
say
to you, John.
Thank you very much, and I completely agree with everything you said. I'm just trying to keep everybody happy, basically.
We seem to be debating the proposed amendment. I agree with Councillor O'Callaghan. I really don't like this. It's a bit like, well, we can't trust the members with, was it £2,000? So we better check up on them at the end of the year. I mean, I have real faith in all the members of this council to allocate wisely, and I don't think we need an end of term report on whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. So if this is going to the vote, I'll certainly vote against it, because it shows a lack of faith in the members of this council, and that's the last thing we want to do.
Thanks, John. Can I just make it? I mean, I hear what you're saying, John and Denise, but my view is that if you've got that much confidence, why would you fear a review? Actually, I think the review coming back to us, coming back to us may actually highlight some really good schemes that we might not have thought about in our local areas, and then we think, oh, actually, you know what? I'll do something of that. I'll go and ask my community. So I think I appreciate. I'm pretty confident, like you, that it will be spent well, and we will get a lot of additionality out of it. But I just don't see any harm in us seeing that, because I think it's good to share that information. So I mean, I'm very happy with that amendment. I think so I'm happy to support that. But anyway, I'll take a few because I've got a few others. I've got Jackie and was it Dan and Nikki, and then I'll come to you, Lee.
I was just going to point out, actually, this isn't as much as we had last time, because Nikki thought it was, suggested it was the same. It's not, it's 2,000.
No, I didn't. I said I knew last time was 3,000.
And I think, actually, the point you raised, Julie, and I think it's the point I was going to raise, that I think actually there's a positive element to feeding back, because a lot of it is about sharing good ideas.
Yeah.
And, it doesn't have to be done in the total, how did you spend this money, but actually what kind of benefits do you see coming from it, and, who was involved, and so that we can kind of improve that support for, which is a really important network out there of people and bodies doing good work. My 3,000 actually went to enable one of my parish councils to carry out a commission, a biodiversity assessment of the whole parish, which is really useful actually in terms of comparing what's going on, plus to benefit the neighbourhood plans. So that's just a simple one. It was a straightforward. It was an opportunity to do something really positive with a chunk of money. The other thing I wanted to raise is that Devon County Council in the last 2 years has dropped what was the annual council members budget from 10 grand a year down to last year it was 8,000. This year it's just 5,000. So there is less going out to the communities through us as members. So I think it's really important that we do, and people have asked specifically about this, is it still continuing? So I think it'll be welcomed by the people that we represent. So that's that. Are we talking about the other element, about the other elements on this recommendation as well? Do you want me to raise that now, or are we going to come back to that in a minute?
Let's just sort out the amendment first.
Okay,
If we can
fine.
get a consensus around that would be good. And then, because I think it would be a shame if there are, I think it's all good news, honestly, and I'd hope that people will vote unanimously for it. But I appreciate that if it's a showstopper, then fair bit. But let's go around that first. I mean, Dan, was that something you wanted to speak on?
I think the review is a great idea. I think the possible disquiet in the room is the suggestion before any decision is taken to extend it. It occurs to me that if we were to remove those words, you would get the benefit of knowing that the projects were well run, with the supposed threat that councillors can't be trusted removed. It may be that Councillor Hopwood feels that it defeats the point of her amendment. I don't know, but certainly I would have thought by deleting those last 8 words, you'd have the best of both worlds.
Chairman, none of this amendment was put forward to say councillors couldn't be trusted. It was put forward to say, was the initial scheme a success? And it may be that it wasn't. We don't know, because we've disappointingly not had any figures or know what anybody spent. I'd love some ideas of how to spend my money in Woolwell, because when you've got very small areas like I've got, actually it was quite difficult to spend that amount of money. But if you've got a town, I can understand you run out very quickly. So it was definitely an ideas thing, but it was also, if we were to find that the spend on the fund was a complete disaster, not through the incompetence of any members, just because it didn't quite hit the right marks about what your climate change and biodiversity strategy is all about, then we would have to review it. That was all I was saying. So that's why I think it should be reviewed before we agree that the fund goes on for forever and a day. Only for those reasons. You've got a strategy. You have no idea if the money that councillors thought was a good idea at the time to spend on for climate change hit your strategy. That's why I said it.
No, okay. So Nikki, I think I'm taking it from that you're not keen about getting there before any decision is taken to extend it. You want us to leave that in?
No, because I think we should. Okay. So you've got a strategy. You're the ones that are, you've got a strategy in place. Make sure that the money is being spent against your strategy. It's nothing to do with trusting council.
Yeah, no, okay. That's fine. Dan?
No, it would appear it's to do now with trusting officers, which is even sadder. Okay, look. First, you can growl, Councillor Hopwood, you may growl, it's absolutely fine. But yeah, I will say to you what I said before. I'm not interested in the previous allocation, even though I was instrumental in its formation, although my colleague Councillor Birch brought the proposal. I'm not interested because 18 of those councillors are not councillors anymore, including 13 of your former colleagues. So I'm really not interested, frankly, in how councillors spent the money previously or not. Okay, I'm interested in us giving local councillors money to support local projects which are led bottom up. Now, if at the end of 12 months we review all the fabulous bottom-up projects and we learn from that, great. But I can't support before any decision is taken to extend it, because that implies that either our officers can't make the right decisions or our members can't. And you can't have it any other way.
Okay. Dan, John, did you want to...
Yeah, I'm happy to, John, to have... Item 2, they should be voice activated.
Letting them go, they shouldn't.
I'm happy to have item 2 there, but it has to be on the basis that when somebody makes an application, we record that application and what the objectives are, etc. But there can't be a follow-on process whereby, they have to then submit, this is what we did and this is how much community engagement there was, or how many trees we grew, or whatever. Because that's going to put a huge burden on officers, and you're very keen on, talking about officer time being absorbed by this, that and the other. This would actually cause an awful lot of grief. So I think we should keep that there, but we should just record basically an outline as to what that project was about, and then so that we can get an idea of the spectrum of kind of projects and the volume, and that will have to be sufficient. And if you're happy with that, then I'm more than happy to support the amendment.
Chairman, I can give you on record the example of why I want this, but I really don't want to.
Okay, no, well, don't then. No. Okay, but no, but look. I hear what people have said about trusting members, trusting officers. I have to say that I've got plenty of confidence in both members and officers that with the £2,000 that we will deliver those projects. So, although I appreciate what Nikki says, she doesn't want to put it in there, that won't actually come into play because we'll review it and everything will be hunky-dory and we'll continue doing it. And I see it much more as a way of disseminating information about good projects and how other members may wish to spend theirs. So, I mean, I hear what's being said. I'm happy to go with Nikki's amendment as is, but we'll put it to the vote and then see what members. I've got other. Chris, and no, Chris. Yeah, just Chris. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I take Councillor Thomas's point, but from a new councillor point of view, I'm actually very interested in what the previous councillors spent that money on, because I can sort of turn to my predecessor, who I can say did a fantastic job for the community up in Bickley and Cornwall, and I'd be really interested to know what he spent that money on so I can continue any good work that he started. And I think moving forward, it might not be such a bad idea to have a quote-unquote, I use the term very loosely, review, so that other councillors across the district can form their own views on how to better serve their communities, and we can open up that dialogue across the district. Thank you.
Right, okay, I'm going to bring this...
Just to clear things up,
I know
haven't mentioned the former member for Bickley and Shaw.
No.
No.
No, you haven't. No.
No.
No. Can I just say that this isn't about Chris. This isn't actually about going into what happened last time. I mean, if I might ask, I mean, Adam may have some really good examples. If some which you could circulate to members, that'd be brilliant.
List of the projects from the last.
Yeah, so we can see the ones that we thought were really good. That will give us an idea and help other members. But I'd like to just what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a vote on the amendment first, which is 2, which has come in there, and then hopefully if we can get through that either one way or the other, and then move on to the rest of the recommendations. So, does someone want to propose
I just want to be clear that, as I said earlier, that any review is going to be just based on the kind of information that we collected last time, basically.
Exactly. John, can I just say, I think the review is for you and Adam, really, to work out exactly what to do. And I absolutely agree about a light touch, because the last thing we want to do is to create volumes of work and paper. So I think we all hear that we want a light touch. So that would be good. I'm not quite sure if internal audit would be quite so happy about hearing that we're giving this money. We don't want to hear anything. But look, we'll leave that to your discretion. So can I have a proposal for Amendment 2? Does someone want to propose that? Yeah, Nikki. Yeah, Nikki, you propose
I'll
that.
propose it, Chairman.
Can I have a second? Has seconded it. So all those in favour of Amendment 2, please show. It's number 2.
That's 7 in favour of the amendment.
Any against?
With 1 against. Thank you.
Right, so that is now the substantive recommendations, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Does anyone want to comment on the other ones? Lee, did you want to come in? Yeah, because I know you were saying governance and audit and governance are going to look at it. We're actually asking them. So it's up to Lee whether he wants his committee. I mean, I hope they will, absolutely. Look at the number 4 we were talking about there, Lee. About the Yelm Street.
Yes, okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah,
Anyway,
I
over
wanted
to
to
you.
comment. I wanted to comment on 3 and 4. Firstly, thank you for giving the Audit and Governance Committee the chance to look at the Yelm Community Energy Project. I do have 1 volunteer for a task and finish group. I'm looking for some more, so anyone on Audit and Governance wants to put their hand up, that'd be appreciated. My view generally is that we have a massive, massive problem around climate and biodiversity. And, you know, that means that we need to use our scarce resources really carefully and to try and move the needle and impact this difficult challenge. So listening to the debate, I mean, I think we need to be quite cautious about what we're spending our money on and kind of review whether we're making a difference so that we can learn for the future and improve the impact over time that we're having on this difficult challenge. So my question actually relates to number 3, because I don't really see in the papers what the Bioregional Learning Centre is going to deliver. John, you used some words in your introduction. I didn't quite understand. What's the outcome of this? And you know, this will be my question on a lot of things around climate and biodiversity. What is the benefit for the community? And hopefully, John, you can give a good answer that satisfies us, because I think these projects generally are good, but I'm asking so that we can learn and have a good impact for the community and for the future. Thank you.
The Bioregional Learning Centre, they've got like I say, a long track record of environmental projects, and they came to me not soon after I was elected, but I've been dealing with them before the last election, and with a project that I thought had an awful lot of merit, and it's about building resilience in communities and educating communities so that there is a bottom-up approach to the whole business of resilience in climate change. Now, I've just recently received which I was going to talk about later, but nonetheless, it seems to be pertinent to talk about it now, is a report from the University of Western England that I asked them to do on the impact of climate change on the specifically on South Hams, and I've only received part 1 of it, and that focuses on largely on drought and rainfall and flood, and it's very clear from this report that we need to start to seriously think about how we are going to have much drier summers, and the possibility of drought, and the likelihood of wetter and warmer winters. Now, this is going to impact communities, and it's already impacting communities, frankly. I mean, the recent flooding events being one of them, but it's impacting communities across the district. And what the Bioregional Learning Centre is going to do is to go out into communities, have exhibitions, have events whereby they engage with local communities on what they can be doing locally. And a lot of parish councils, for instance, are building up emergency plans in order to deal with the flooding locally. And but there's a whole raft of different things that communities can be thinking about, and that is the journey, if you like, that the Bioregional Learning Centre project is going to take local communities on to help educate and to start to build projects that or formulate plans for projects. That's it in a nutshell, I think. I could probably whitter on a bit longer, but I mean, that's the nub and the gist of it.
Can I just say, I mean, you know, John is our executive member for biodiversity and climate change emergency, and he feels passionately that this is the right way to help us inform how we're going to take the right decisions to solve some of the problems we got. And in that sense, you know, he has my 100% backing in that. We will see what we will see what comes out of it, really. But I think you know, we support John. I support John, and in that sense, you know, I'm fully behind it. Right. Any other member? Jackie, sorry, Jackie.
2 points, really. Yeah, talking about the Bioregional Learning Centre, they're a really positive group. I have been involved with them for quite some time. They draw in a different, in case there's questions about Sustainable South Hams, they really draw in a different group. I mean, there might be some individuals that cross over, but essentially they're kind of working with some of the larger educational institutes. Sustainable South Hams tends to work more with parish councils and town councils and individuals in local groups. Bioregional Learning Centre kind of deals with the University of Exeter, university bodies, various quite high, strategically high flying bodies who are looking particularly at the educational theme of how to improve educational understanding of what's really going on. So I think this is a really complementary element to what we're looking at. So I would really welcome it. The only thing I would say, and don't take this wrongly, is that I do think if there's going to be events happening here, that all members should be able to attend in person to actually understand it, because that way we're making the best benefit of it for everybody to really get much more on board with what's being discussed and understand it, and have that benefit of that learning that we then take into our own wards. Because the last one that was held here, I came in as a kind of an outsider. I had no idea what time lunch was, so I didn't come and just hang around. But all I saw all the time was the middle of somebody talking. You couldn't see their head very often because the camera was aimed at the middle, and it was really difficult to follow. So, I mean, I sat there for hours with that switched on, and I was doing other stuff as well. But it was, I think, it'd be to be able to be in person and then mix and mingle over a bit of lunch, I think is actually a really benefit to the council and us as councillors, because to get us more on board, we don't want just let those people talking to each other. We want to get the glow of that as well, and I think that's positive. The other thing I was going to just ask about was specifically around the young community energy. Now, I'm very familiar with TRESOC, which is Totnes Rural Energy Society, that's been around since 2007, I think. And I think that those are, these community energy bodies are very good, and they bring together a lot of very good people and draw together enthusiasm at the local level for renewable energy, which is really helpful if we're trying to get more renewable energy installed, because there's a huge, NIMBYs is nothing. There's nothing like the NIMBYs when there's a renewable energy thing suddenly it puts its head above the crowd. And we want people to understand some of it is actually SWIMBYs, which is something wonderful in my backyard. So I think that's really important. But I just wonder if we should have more of an overarching strategy about how we support community energy bodies, because I was very, very disappointed, as some members will remember, because it was the last administration when TRESOC was not selected to actually be part of going forward with community energy for some of our pavilion, our swimming pools across the area, and of course that could be so beneficial with current energy costs. So I think I really welcome it, but I think I'd like to see more of a strategy, and maybe some of where this sits in position of other funding that might be available, because we have to be very careful to be egalitarian across the district as well. But thank you, I welcome that as well.
John, yeah, please do.
I mean, there is. I agree with you about the community energy, but it's. I mean, it is quite complicated. But we are looking. I think we get to have a meeting about it. But we are going to myself and Councillor Birch to talk about one particular project. But there's the whole idea of investing in communities, which needs to be something that we do anyway as a council, I believe, but particularly where renewable energy comes into play. And we're trying to build a template as to how we can actually do that, and so that it becomes an investment for the council, whereby they get a return. And this particular one, with regard to the Elm, that potentially has a return on investment of about 6%, and with I think the possibility of actually getting the principal back within 7 years. I seem to recall 7 years was that the figure, of something of that order. But so that's an investment for a revenue stream for the council in the end. So there's lots of ways we can benefit communities by investing in them, not only through renewable energy projects, but through other projects as well. And I think that's got to be a focus for how we generate revenue in the future. Really, we can be addressing climate change and making a bit of money as well.
No, that's the trick. No, thank you, John. Anyway, look, I've got the 4 points there, recommendations. John, do you want to move the recommendations as they are with Nikki's amendment? Yeah. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Yeah, Jackie, John, excellent. All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous. Thank you, leader.
Excellent. Right, now we've got the housing agenda item. After that, we're going to have a break. Can I just say, Izzy, you're obviously suffering. So let's try. I was going to break now, but I think we'll try and get it over and done with. if that's okay. No, it's not you. No. Anyway, I'm going to hand over to Denise.
Thank you very much. That's a shame because I need to go to the loo. That's enough about me. Yeah, I hope you will indulge me, but just a bit of background to the housing update. I don't know if you saw this week, there was a report by the campaign for the or to protect rural England, which says that the southwest has the highest levels of rural homelessness and the biggest waiting list for social housing in the whole of England, which is an unfortunate figure. And it's blaming the culprits we've come to know: record house prices, low wages, and the second homes and short-term lets that we have particularly in our coastal areas. Interestingly, it also calls for affordable housing definition to be matched to that of people's actual income, and that echoes the Affordable Housing Commission as well, and something I would concur with. And it does suggest specifically that affordable rent should be no more than 35% of the average local income. So that's interesting. I think out this week, yesterday, I think. So going back to the recommendations for today, the main thrust of it is recommending an initial budget of £100,000 per annum to fund what I've just noticed is called the South Hams Community Offer. It actually should say the South Hams Housing Offer, not officer. Oh dear. South Hams Housing Offer, which is financed, as it says, from funding identified from the review of the capital programme and earmarked reserves. And it is an initiative to try to combat the problems that I've outlined earlier, with the problems we have with people can't find anywhere to rent, lack of social housing, etc. And it tries to put the emphasis, rather than on developer-led housing, as is the case with the joint local plan, where we have 30% affordable housing share, which often isn't, is less. It tries to move the focus to bottom up, to the community itself, and is an effort to combat the housing need that we do have in our rural areas, particularly. And it involves targeted support to community land trusts, landowners, and community groups generally, to find suitable sites for housing development, and to see if they're suitable, viable, if there are constraints, and to initiate work on them should they be viable. And the aim, ideally, is for 100% affordable/social housing, or as near as damn it. So if viable, we can then carry out feasibility studies, pre-app planning advice and the like, all things that housing associations can find difficult, and it can ease the path for these sort of developments to actually happen. So we then match with a delivery partner, probably usually a housing association, and then it can happen. And we're shaping. We've just had the climate and biodiversity report. We're shaping it in line with our environmental priorities, so that we have energy efficient homes as well. And we will also be advising on forming community housing groups, because I know councillors ask, well, how do we start? Where do we start? So we'll be providing advice on to communities who want to know how they go about these things. And Councillor Hopwood was mentioning earlier about where do we find information, and we Appendix B there we have Appendix B. I think it's Appendix B. Yes, we have the report from a group called Middlemarch, which is a public. These are all public reports, so you can read this. Which was commissioned because you may recall that originally we were thinking how we tackle this problem, and we were originally going to look into a local housing company, and also in the news this week we had Exeter's local housing company appears to have folded spectacularly, and they're in all sorts of problems. So we haven't, not necessarily the case that they all will fold spectacularly, but we haven't gone down that route. We then looked into the district-wide CLT, umbrella CLT that we mentioned, and commissioned a report from Middlemarch, which is not novel by George Eliot, but which is a leading voice on community land trusts, very well respected. And the report, as you may know, having read it, suggested that we should not, in the light of what we're wanting to do, should not set up a district-wide CLT, but should instead follow the course that we have outlined in this report. It's a very interesting report, actually, if you haven't read it in detail. A lot of things I didn't know that it tells you in there. So that's our main recommendation. And then we also, the other thing is to note the update on the rope walk sites in Kingsbridge, my own ward, which are owned by the council. And we're wanting to put affordable housing on those sites. Again, we're aiming for 100% affordable housing. And we've had an expression of interests exercise, collaborating with local town councillors. And we have decided to go ahead with the Hasto Housing Association after the collaboration with said local town council. And we're hoping that a report of the outline proposals can go to council. I think we said in spring next year, after further consultation with the local community about so getting comments from the local community in the spirit of openness and transparency. So they're the two main things, and also there's looking at housing management policies with specific reference to the St Anne's Chapel development, which was successfully opened last week. So that's it, really.
Thank you, Denise. That was a very comprehensive report. Nikki, I know you raised an issue about the Community Land Trust. The report of Middlemarch, that's page 253. I mean, and it is a good read. It's quite interesting what they say. Just to also say, because just to preempt you, about the St Anne's Chapel.
And rope walk. What a fantastic by rope walk was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah. Two things that we're continuing as a new administration. But thank you to the previous administration. Yeah. So that's thank you. I don't know if you wanted to say anything more about the Community Land Trust, or you want to.
No, that's fine.
No. Okay. Jackie.
Thank you. Yeah, I really welcome this. It's great. Well done, and it's a huge amount of work's gone into this, and I think that's it's really to be commended.
It's the team, I must say.
Yeah, and I think that in itself actually gives confidence that there is a good team that's there, and there's a long-standing team. A couple of things I just wanted to raise was one thing I'm really aware of is, as people may know, there's Transition Homes has been a long-standing development in my ward. It's in Dartington. And I was actually in the joint local plan. Apparently, it's in Totnes, but it is actually in Dartington, and it's still yet to have occupation. And they struggled. And the problem is, it's one thing to have a neighbourhood plan that struggles for years because you're only getting different people involved. But with a community land trust, again, you tend to have people come and go. But the problem is that prices change quite a lot. So to try and get it to happen sooner rather than later, not only meets needs quicker, but it also really assists in terms of avoiding kind of having to keep on refinancing and finding new grants. And one thing I was going to say was we had a community. I don't know if we still even have it. I don't think we do. But we got some community monies from the government some years ago for setting up community housing systems, supporting those. And so we did have an officer that worked with some of the community land trusts. Now I'm I'm not trying
Be
to raise
said
anything
about
different.
that, the better, Jackie.
Well, I don't know, but what I was going to say was there must be there must be some learning from that, and I would just actively encourage that something comes from that.
Yeah,
Okay,
how not
okay.
to do it, I think,
Well,
is what
that's
we learned
fine,
from that.
but it's just that because it's
Yeah.
there's people generally, whoever they are, go off on these things with the very best intentions, and perhaps don't realise just how much work is involved. And I think it's really good that we're talking about having a targeted officer to help. But what I would also say is one of the things that often kicks in on this is the situation about legal advice. And I would say to make sure that we either have somebody who can offer that legal advice quite, sort of succinctly, or we have a sort of part of our own legal team are able to kick in when needed to offer some legal advice, because I think that's sometimes the problem that people kind of unravel with slightly. I'm not trying to give you a job, David Fairburn. but
Our legal team is in the room.
I know. Well, I'm aware of that, but I'm just
Our
saying
entire team.
that does make a difference, because people often, they get to a certain point, it's like, oh, to go and get legal advice now. And that can be so expensive, and it's often an unseen potential hit on the finances. And I think it's great. But the other thing is that there's a couple of them. There's one in Harberton I'm aware of, Harberton Ford, that Harberton, that actually maybe we should also look at where there's some that are happening that have been kicking around for a long time, aren't quite getting there. Maybe we could just put a hand out, not only to offer, say, where are you? Do you need a hand? Is there anything we can offer? But also to learn from their experience as we go through as well, because then we're forming that network of where people can go to for advice and a bit of a conversation sometimes to encourage them. But beyond that, I think this is very good.
No, thank you, Jackie. And and thanks to Denise and Izzy for the team putting it together, because that's exactly what we want to be doing, is supporting where there have been problems. Had a massive one in Mark's patch, Salcombe Community Land Trust, and Sam's. I mean, that unfortunately, fell over when we need to help them up. Nikki, did you want to? And then I'm going to come to you, Guy.
Yeah, thank you, leader. Are you leader or are you chairman for me? Because you're not really my leader,
I'm the chairman. I'm the chairman of the executive.
He's our leader and he's your chairman.
I'm so used to
Nikki,
saying leader.
you call me whatever you want.
Oh, trust me. That's dangerous. Think of what I've called you previously. I was going to mention Salcombe. So Salcombe Community Land Trust went spectacularly belly up through no fault of this council's, and it absolutely. But we put £100,000 into it of council taxpayers' money, which was. Did we not?
I think we put in about 20 or 30. I mean, it's still taxpayers'
Oh right.
money.
Well, there was a hundred.
Homes England put in.
Well, it went for 100,000. No, but it's, and I know it's not. There is some seeds of hope that it's going to be resurrected, but we need to find a way to protect our money if we're going to put it into a community land trust, because the Salcombe one is a good example, and I hope that you're right, and I have you're a brilliant team. I get fed up with telling you how brilliant you are, because you are a superb team, but that's all we can ever say about you. We can't ever say you did a crap job, but you're brilliant. But I just think we need to protect our money, and we need to find a way of how do we put money into a community land trust to seed fund them without risking that money. It's a really difficult situation, and I wouldn't like to see that happen again, although I look forward to the day when you have some really good news for us on it.
No, well, I think there's always going to be an element of risk, Nikki. So we're not going to be. I don't think we can protect it 100%. But I know that Denise, it's an issue that we are very concerned about. Funnily enough, we are just. I know audit and governance are looking at various projects that we've had, and the way forward. Lessons learned, and so hopefully that will very much be part of that as well with audit and governance. Denise, I'm just going to take Denise, Guy, because it's on the specific that Nikki was talking about, and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, mine is the same.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, Denise first, and then I'll come to you, Guy.
Just on the Salcombe issue, just to say that the Southampton Council is still in discussions on this. You mentioned it gone belly up, I think, and it's not quite the case. It's in discussions to try to resolve the difficulties on that site. So It's not the case that it's gone belly up. So we're still in discussions on that. So, and just more generally on 1.7 of the report, it does say all sites will be subject to early scrutiny and constraints considerations, which will ensure funding is only spent on sites with potential. So in response to you talking about, strengthening it at an early stage to try to prevent things like this from happening, the council must recognise this early feasibility work may at times be abortive, and so the expenditure may be at risk, but that's always going to be the case. But take your point.
Right. Thank you. And Guy, did you want to?
It's not about Salcombe, but it is about community land trusts. And we have one in Brent that's been running for about 10 years. And as has been mentioned, there is the problem of turnover. You get a churn of members, and that's added to their difficulties. They're in a fantastic position of having, the council, the South Hams Council owns a plot or a site in South Brent. And that has been given planning permission by Dartmoor National Park for custom built houses, but they are still struggling to get this over the line. Can I ask whether this this new initiative where you talk about help being available from January will be available to existing CLTs to help get them over the line and get something moving?
Yes, we will. Look, I think we've got a meeting on. We're supposed to have a meeting on South Brent tomorrow, as far as I'm aware. But I haven't got it penciled in. I was going to talk to you about that.
Yes, I can't make that one, but I just wanted to know whether the general support that we're talking about will extend to other existing CLTs, and they'll all be taken under this umbrella and given help to push forward.
Yes, all CLTs will be given help, but in the context, like I mentioned, that funding will only be spent on sites with. I'm not saying South Brent isn't, but everything will be scrutinised, and every case is individual, isn't it? So it's not excluding existing schemes by any means, quite the reverse. But it's starting new ones off as well, and helping existing ones to proceed and progress.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll be able to have that meeting soon. So.
Jackie.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to rather audaciously suggest that maybe at the beginning of the process with any new group that we think about a little bit of inspirational stuff, because there's some really inspirational initiatives out there, not least of which is co-housing, which a lot of people aren't very familiar with, and it's kind of disappeared off the agenda a lot these days. But actually it's a really good way of people sharing resources and making housing much more cheaply available to a group of people. They don't have to be friends, but they just have a sort of like it's almost like a block of flats in a way. But it actually is a really good way of people sharing gardens, and it's for a lot of people who are singletons, whether at whatever age, it's a way of actually building community and friendship and abating loneliness. So it might be something that might be worth sort of just having a bit of a thought about that, and because there's a co-housing out at Stroud, which has always been used as a good model, and they do visits and stuff like that as well. But there's also ones that maybe have sort of like intentional communities, like where it's about environmental support. So there's one in Ireland, a place called they made a film about it called Our Village, which I can put you in touch with. So I used to run a film club, and we did some of this stuff, and people just loved it. And I think it's a way of making people see there's different models that aren't always quite as expensive as a row of housing.
No, thank you for that, Jackie. I mean, I think that's co-housing. I think it's we should look at all options, nothing off the table. Are there any more questions, comments to make? In which case, you've got the recommendations up there. I mean, Denise, do you want to move those recommendations?
Yes, so move.
Great. And can I have a seconder for that? Yeah, Jackie's happy to second that. So all those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous. Thank you, Leader.
Lovely, thank you. We're going to adjourn for lunch now. I've got to then go on to another meeting. So Dan, if you take over for me, that'd be great. Also, there's an item about debt write-off that I'm meant to present. So do you do that?
I shall turn to my right to Mrs. Buckle.
Yeah. 25 past. Half past. So 1:30. Try and keep it moving. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you all very much, and lunch.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will move straight on to item 13, investing in our local economy. Councillor Birch.
Thank you very much. So this report before you covers two funds that we have been the beneficiary of. The first is the UK SPF programme, or the fund. The amount awarded to this council was a sum of just over £1 million, and it's a 3-year investment programme. The programme, in fact, started life effectively in January 23, when the old executive, and I don't mean they were all old, but maybe the former executive, then, choosing my words carefully, and it's well underway. And the paper reports on the various aspects of that programme. And as you'll see, it involves several outside organisations. And I attended a couple of meetings with our is that I thought it would be helpful for those partners within the programme to come and give a presentation at a members' briefing. So the first the first recommendation is that we agree to a members' briefing session to take place at the early with this programme, and then it's hopefully. You're losing me. Oh, that's wishful thinking on some. Right. Okay. So that's the see, to agree to disseminate and promote the work through our communities. So, well, that will follow on from the briefing session. And then the third recommendation is the Rural England Prosperity Fund grant policies. And the sum there, we have been awarded the sum of £838,000. The plan for this fund was submitted in November 2022, and the funding was approved in April of this year. And this the paper sets out how the funding is going to be dealt with. So perhaps before open it for any questions, perhaps I could ask Chris Shears, who wrote the paper, just to say a few words to supplement what I've just said.
Yep. So we took the work forward with member engagement initially when we were developing our investment plan for the South Hams. We've reflected that in the 4 themes, as you'll see within the report. So that involved member feedback in terms of the areas of activity that they wanted us to look at. So we've got, as it says in the paper, marine economy and decarbonisation. We've got agri-tech and regenerative farming. We've got the wider business and community support activities. And then we've got the active and inclusive travel themes. We took member feedback on board to adjust the programme initially as well, including comments from Councillor Brazil with regards to the agri element of the projects. And this has all been signed off with government, so we're kind of in a position now where we are locked in with the programme of activity that we're looking at. But there is still some small elements of flexibility, but within those themes. So for example, with the active and inclusive travel activity, once the LC is completed, we'll have a greater idea of the projects that will follow on from that.
Perhaps I could ask Gemma. Gemma's here. Could you just say a few words about the active and inclusive travel project?
to build an evidence base for us as a council to have, so that it will feed into our joint local plan, but will put us in a stronger position to secure Section 106, to deliver active travel improvements in our area, also to to be stronger against developments which negatively impact in our towns. But it also gives us the evidence base to be able to apply for future funding. So we do have this pot of money that we've secured through the UK SPF and REP, but looking for to be able to, so it's lost. Oh yeah, it's come back in now. Okay. Yeah, it's coming in. Okay. Yeah. So for example, at the moment we've not been very successful at getting money through Devon for active travel, but this will give us the evidence base to put us in a much stronger position to make the case from Devon, who then also get their money from Active Travel England, which is the new executive body set up to improve focus on active travel.
Thank you. Can I ask for any questions on the report before we move to the recommendation?
Any questions from members? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you for this. It's really interesting. The only thing I would sort of look at is that I think that the active travel element potentially has the potential to give a payback in the biggest buck, if that's the expression, to the residents and the businesses. A lot of people are really struggling with their bills at the moment, and as we know, public transport has really suffered. And I think people, perhaps would be able to get rid of some families their second car if one working member, or even possibly both, or possibly and the kids, could actually use public transport or active travel routes to get to their daily commute. And I think in terms of how much money we're allocating to that, I think it's I would prefer to see more money allocated to that, because I know that there are some priority routes coming forward and there's lots of really useful things, but transport contributes about a third of our energy demand, our carbon footprint. So it's an opportunity to really reduce that quite significantly, and then tick the boxes of improved air quality, affecting our air quality management plan in Totnes, but there's also one elsewhere as well. So I just think that might be something to really maybe, I know that sometimes there's elements of a grant fund that come through that we have to tick all their boxes, but I would say if we could use more towards that, it might be something that would be much more of a direct and widespread benefit.
Could I ask Chris to answer that?
Thank you for your question. And what I would point out is that within the Rural England Prosperity Fund, we've actually ring-fenced 300,000 of that funding specifically for active and inclusive travel. So there is quite a significant chunk of that funding that is being allocated towards active and inclusive travel improvements, following on from the LCWIP activities. So that it's a start. We recognise that active and inclusive travel infrastructure can be pretty expensive, but in terms of the programme, I think that even though we allocated a slightly smaller amount for South Hams towards active and inclusive travel activities, we kind of had in mind that this Rural England Prosperity Fund was on the horizon, and that we knew that it was an allocation rather than a competitive fund. And so we made sure that we allocated something to actually allow delivery to happen within that funding.
I would also say, Councillor Hodgson, that as county councillors, we need to keep lobbying as well, don't we, in terms of improved bus network services?
We do.
Could I just add to the response? If on page 290 of the report, under the Rural England's Prosperity Fund, there is a proposal on the project of e-bike hub of 300,000 there. Any other questions?
Councillor Dennis.
Just a couple of comments, really. I know the request's already been made, but the use of the wording member briefing session to take place at the earliest opportunity just reminds me really that at 4 o'clock we're supposed to have a briefing on the community economic plans, and I think it would be really helpful if we can get some of these member briefings far more in advance. I just note that meetings with town councils about those economic plans, and even a press release in the paper has gone out before we've even had our briefing session. The second comment I just wanted to make was in relation to the e-bike hub. I'm just conscious that in the past we have made an investment of £50,000 to an e-bike scheme in Dartmouth, and it would be worth perhaps considering any lessons learnt from that before going into this contract with a new commercial provider.
Can I just say that there is going to be a briefing for members on this and other issues. So that's certainly something where we'll invite, we're looking forward to members' input on that. So it's at its early stages.
Yeah, I think the point Councillor Dennis is making was that she wants the briefings to happen before we're briefing the general public.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Which I think is a fair point. Any other questions? No? Do you want to move the recommendation then?
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation.
And I'm happy to second from the chair. So debate, any comments? Councillor Hotwood.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to say that I welcome the amount of money to go to regenerative farming. We are, as well as a marine economy, tourism economy, we have a strong farming community, which I'm glad that we've lost all the farmers from the South Hams membership. I think that we're still heavily, we're still looking on them, and I understand why marine economy and decarbonisation gets so money, because that's where a lot of our economy comes from, and the business and community support of 195,000 in light of other things that have been said this morning, it'll help towards economic growth within the South Hams, so that's welcome as well. So thank you. It's a really interesting. I don't know why some reports are more interesting than others, and this is really. It's a really interesting report, and I don't know what, but I thought it was a good report. Thank you.
We assumed you were going to say it was the lead member, Councillor Birch. So that's well done. Any other comments, please, from members? Councillor Hodgson.
I would just say, actually, I think it's really good that looking at, as has been pointed out, about the farming community needing these supports, and some of us are actually landowners and do farming, but don't let.
I'm a landowner, but I wouldn't call myself a farmer.
Well.
I mean, like big farm.
Anyway, but regenerative farming isn't just about actually what putting seeds in the ground. It's actually about looking at well-being and a whole range of other things. It's much more holistic, and I think it's really good to see that that's being looked at, because in the farming community, one of the problems is that a lot of younger people don't want to take on, because they just see it as much older people who flog themselves so they can't stand up anymore, and then sort of the farms aren't being taken over. So I think looking at a sort of a different way of delivering farming, and particularly for farmers to feel better about it, I think is really positive, actually, because it's about the people as well as the livestock welfare. Thank you.
Any other comments? No? Well, it was an excellent report, thank you, and it was very interesting. I got from the leader here, he's written against the e-bike hub, he's written across the district. So clearly that's an aspiration from his point of view. Okay, well, if there's no further comments, we've got the recommendations. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Apologies.
Sorry. Just quickly on the bikes, you said, is there going to be a sort of project town first, or is it before it goes across the district then? A pilot, that's the word.
It's at its early stage. Oh, sorry, Chris, did you want to? I'm sorry.
No, not at all. I was going to say the same thing. It's in development, and
in
we
development.
are going to ensure we have
It's early stages.
outcomes that are measurable, finances that we understand, and something that's sustainable for members to then take a view on, because I think those are quite important factors when it's public money.
Yeah, it's just I know Kingsbridge would be the town council's expressed interest in that, as well as the electric car sharing scheme. So just to say that there's a lot of interest in these ideas.
Councillor Hotwood.
So I am going to put a marker down. Sorry, it's just that some of the South Hams is on the edge of places that already have these e-bikes schemes in place, and it would be a really quick win if South Hams and, for instance, Plymouth spoke together, because there's a large part of the South Hams that is on the edge of Plymouth, Yumpton, for instance, and that would be a quick win for this council in getting an e-bike. I drive to the edge of Woolwell, and just across the road is an e-bike hub, but it won't come to Woolwell. That is crazy, and that's one of the things we need to start breaking down as a council. This border issue where things stop at a border. If we have more cross-border working relationships, then these things could be easy wins in our communities.
Mr. Brooke?
No, I echo and support your comments, and would just like to say we have spoken at colleagues in the room and I have all spoken at length to you're referring to Beryl Bikes Plymouth, so the project officer for that, and I've spent a lot of time working it all out, and they are confident the Beryl Bikes could be expanded into adjacent parts of the Plymouth hinterland, but what they can't probably do is expand across the whole of the South Hams. But so yeah, and what we want is to bring back a suite of options, and one of those will be that. So thank you.
No, and by happy coincidence, Councillor Hopwood, the portfolio holder for transport on Plymouth City Council is a Yampton boy as well, so he should understand only too well what you're talking about. Okay, any more for debate? No, okay, in which case on the screen are the recommendations which Councillor Birch has proposed and I have seconded, so can I see all those in favour, please, members?
That's 7 unanimous. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. White, that's brilliant. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chase. Okay, moving on then to item 14, working with our communities, our framework for community development, and that is me and Mr. Hawke. So I'm just going to start by saying, members, you will have seen the paper around this. I think this is really encouraging. For a long time, in all the workings of the council, we've had a virtual community development team by dint of the fact that all of our officers are thinking about the community and clearly are working across that. But to actually have a physical community development team able to carry on the good work and also follow on some of the manifesto pledges of the new council, I think it's going to be really important. You'll see the framework itself at Appendix A. You've probably seen it before, members of the exec. You'll see that there is talk of community empowerment, of community capacity building, and of community engagement. And I think the message from me, before I call Mr. Hawke in, is this is very much about what we can do to support communities. So we want communities from the bottom up to be talking to us about what they want, how we can help them. What we don't want to be doing is we don't want to be telling them what they should be doing. It absolutely isn't about that. It's about us supporting them. If that is through providing skills, or if that's through providing resources, so be it. Occasionally, it might even be through providing direct funding as well. But I have to be honest and say that initially, our thoughts around this was that direct funding was the least important of the three, because we know that financial resources are finite in a way perhaps that our facilities and our expertise are less so. So all I would say to members is that while there is a budget, it isn't a budget as large as we would all like it to be, because of course we have other priorities across our corporate priorities, including the housing crisis, including the green agenda. So just bear that in mind for me, please, members. Mr. Hawke, you've done almost all the work on this, so please come in.
I think you've broadly covered it. Thank you, Chairman. But yeah, I think it is a positive paper and a positive step for the council to be taking. One that we have already had discussions with South Hams Community Action, who are encouraged that we are looking at building this capacity within the council. And I think it will help address a number of points raised today. So consultation and engagement, how do we approach that? Well, if we've got a central team that is really working with our communications colleagues on that, we can be out there, we can be talking to our residents, we can be talking to our communities and developing our plans based on that. So I think it is a positive move. I think the other point that again has been raised today is the climate funding. Well, this team will oversee those community focused grants and make sure we follow up on them, get reports back in terms of what the outcomes of these projects were, and share those with members. So it really consolidates things that are already happening across the council, but make sure it happens in a much more timely manner. So yeah, nothing further to say, Chairman. I think you've covered the key points.
Thank you very much. Questions then? Councillor McKay, and then Councillor Hotwood.
I lost my train of thought. Right, I've mentioned this before. The lack of a headline part of this about community investment. We've got this prospect of the Elm, where we are going to potentially invest and get a good return, possibly 6%. That is a prime example of the sort of community investment that we should be indulging in, and this is and it should be a central feature of this programme. And I'm because I've mentioned it several times and it's still not in there, I'm sort of wondering why.
Well, I think in part it's because community engagement and community investment sits across every department of this council, you know, and it already feeds in so much. So, for example, we as an executive, when we talk about how we allocate resources, could say that it's coming out of this pot or it's coming out of that pot. If you take the YCE as an example, if A&G agree to back it, Councillor McKay, then obviously the money is going to come from a pot, whether it comes from the green pot, whether it comes from another pot. Ultimately, it's, you know, the money is there's only a finite resource, isn't there?
But this is a policy document, not a budget, and I would have thought that a central part of that, or central plank of that policy, ought to be community investment, and it just appears not to be there. And as I've said, I've raised this several times, and it's still not there, and I'm a bit puzzled as to why it's not there.
Well, I think from my point of view, because it's a policy, because it is a policy document as to what our policies would be.
Policy should be to invest in communities, and it should be in there.
Yeah, I suppose I'll go back to what I said at the start. It depends what we mean by invest. If we're talking about
it's put money in, but not necessarily give it. It's not a grant. It's an investment. I mean, the word speaks for itself. It's an investment whereby you help a community by putting money forward and by investing in it, and with an expectation of a return. I mean, that is what an investment is.
Yeah, I think,
and it really ought to be in there.
Sorry, I think it's covered. Neil, Mr. Hawke.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor McKay. So it is in there under currently the community capacity building section, but as a one bullet point, to be fair, that says we'll develop our approach to community investment. And one of the things we want to do is talk to community groups, talk to partners such as Southampton Community Action, and understand what that looks like. Because you're right, but we need to have agreed criteria, we need to have an agreed assessment route for, you know, because we are being approached, and I've noticed that members are being approached more and more for significant contributions to community projects. Have you got any funding available? And I think we need to develop that approach and criteria. And I think we can do that quite quickly, but we weren't able to do it this side of Christmas.
It's just, I don't think one bullet point really covers it. I mentioned when I very first saw this document that there were 3 strands, and I suggested there ought to be a 4th. And just putting in one bullet point, I just don't think it is anything like sufficiently important, it's not prioritising community investment, which is one of the aspects of our manifesto, and a central link to what we're doing, I would have thought, and should be in here.
No, I take the point, Councillor McKay. I mean, I think that the challenge from my point of view is that I don't have a budget for it, because we would have to agree for it to come from somewhere, and if it comes from somewhere, necessarily it has to come away from somewhere else. So, you know, when we have the budget process, when we go through the budget process, we're going to have that conversation, both as a wider council and as an exec, because, you know, there isn't an obvious, you know, there's no starting point that says we have 300,000, 500,000, whatever to spend on it. We've got to find that money. So I suppose the question is, what is our, you know, at some point we're going to have a discussion either around the exec table or wherever about how much money we think we need to prioritise annually for community investment, and how much of our time in terms of community support we spend in offering other. Councillor Abbott, did you want to come in?
Thank you. I think this discussion could point to an opportunity of the parallel but separate ways that we approach involvement with the community. Because, as I understand it, you're quite comfortable in dealing with groups and opportunities of supporting people in their communities from almost from a social perspective, whereas I am trying to do community from a physical resources perspective. And that has not yet come to fruition and will be being verbalised in the new year. But this one could easily be seen to be part of a community group. It also could be seen to be part of physical resources. And if the executive so wishes, perhaps we could pick this up through my area in the new year and maybe deal with it in more detail.
Yeah, I think that would certainly be useful, Councillor Abbott. Thank you. I mean, yeah, it does boil down, though, ultimately. I think we all agree to the fact that if we're going to spend money in this area, then we have to think about where it's coming from.
Indeed. And that debate has not yet happened, and it's going to happen because the physical resources are going to need some investment, or not, as we decide on the way forward. But that is all coming together for a debate in the end of this year or the beginning of the new year.
Well, I think one thing for certain, Councillor Mackay, I think you've, with those people in the room who start that process, I think you've made it very clear where you think we should be going in that direction. So I thank you for that. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I'm particularly looking at what we'll do, community engagement, and one of the things it suggests in there is to implement a 6 monthly youth council day to encourage young people to participate in democratic processes. Difficult to kind of do that out of the blue, but what I would say is, and as you're very well aware, is I chair the TRAE, Totnes Rural Area Youth Engagement Project, and I think our groups would be very happy to do that, to participate. But what I would, but that's just certain areas. That's only sort of 8 parishes across the South Hams. I would think what we're finding is that more and more young people are coming to the group. There's about 750 now using our services, which is fortnightly youth events in those participating parishes. And it's getting more and more expensive to run because of safeguarding. We have to have more and more professional paid youth workers to be there, and that costs money. And it's getting to the point that parish councils are struggling to support us, and now all our other demands on money. And I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to actually have a think at this council level about how we can support young people in those ways that at the moment TRAE is doing, because we can't expand any further. Well, potentially we could, but Muggins isn't willing perhaps to do more volunteer work on it. But I think we need to think about what we mean, rather just picking it out once every 6 months to have a youth engagement day to sort of participate. You won't get as much out of that, and there's young people who hopefully this is to benefit won't get as much out of it as they would if there was something a bit more regular, a bit more happening in their local areas. And I think thinking from a young people's perspective would be quite interesting actually, and how we can actually maybe support them better. There's more devolution coming down the line, more pressures on parish councils, and I think at some level it has to be picked up in a more supported way, because a lot of parish councils don't have the the staff and the expertise to kind of do some of these things. So I think it's like we need to be prepared for what we're opening up here.
Okay, so I think the question there was, can we do more? And I think the answer to that is that, at this stage, I mean, and Mr. Mullen and I are hoping to meet the CEO of Kevix today, specifically to talk about how we can start the process of getting more young people involved in the democratic process through things like coming into, to do mock events in this chamber and the like. Things, again, resources we can support through our facilities, through our time. That's the starting point. Coming through TRAE, absolutely. Going through the primary schools in terms of, the democratic process as part of British values on the primary curriculum. These are all important. We haven't done them before, or not that I'm aware of, and so this is very much the starting point. But I think, Sure. But I think the answer to your question is we'd like to do more, but obviously, again, it comes back to the same conversation that we just had with Councillor McCain, which is that, there's only a finite amount of resource around it. I think that's, yeah, happy with that? Yeah, do you want to come on this talk?
Yeah, I just think to say, yeah, so essentially this sets out the broad framework, and it sets out that we're going to realign some council resource because we haven't got the capacity to have those conversations, and they are valuable conversations, Councillor Hodgson, I completely agree. So I think what this will do will enable us to bring together a small team within the council to go and start having those conversations with groups about how we can best engage and work with community groups so that we can almost co-produce a community development framework for the council rather than us just saying this is what we're going to do. So this just sets out some broad examples, but we're completely up for those conversations with groups.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hotwood, and then I'll come.
We did many years ago used to engage with Kevix and have youth engagement days, but they stopped. I look forward to them starting again. They were great events and gave us a lot of food for thought from what was said. But what I really welcome here is the implementation of annual Community Action Awards. And I think that's brilliant because what we are not doing at the moment is acknowledging the people in our community who do the work that they do. And Community Action Awards will recognise that. And I welcome this paper, and I look forward to a similar sort of paper being brought forward for business and jobs and prosperity. But mirrored for businesses, because we do not acknowledge, we have some of the most incredible, and I've said this time and time again, we have the most amazing businesses in the South Hams who are always winning top awards, mainly food and drink. And we don't acknowledge them as a council. So the start is to acknowledge communities and individuals, and then I hope that we lead on to businesses, and I hope we don't leave it too late to go. I hope we don't leave it a long time before we start acknowledging businesses.
Can I just assure Councillor Hotwood that that is very much high on the agenda, and in fact we are we're in the process of planning how we can involve businesses on an advisory basis. So I can assure her it's top of the agenda.
Councillor Dommett.
I just wanted to suggest speaking with Plymouth Social Enterprise Network and Plymouth City Council and the relationship that they've built in the money that Plymouth City Council have put forward and the returns they've had from that, from all of the community endeavours that have brought tourism or very beneficial things to the city. I think it's very worth looking at those stats, because then you will see where it's worth investing the money and what return you can get from it.
No, that's an excellent point, Councillor Dommett. Thank you, and thanks for putting it on the record. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. Like everybody else, welcome this paper, and there's some good moves going forward. But just to sort of drill down to a technical point within there, there's mention in here of the proposal to realign 3 locality officers to the new team. Given the extent of work that the localities officers do around in the community in a very, very widespread area, how is this work to be covered, and will there be further changes coming through? I know there's been a lot of discussion. It's really a case of making sure that we don't lose some of the fantastic work that the localities officers do by that realignment.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr Molyneux, operational question.
Thank you, Chair. So you're quite correct, Councillor Long, that getting this right is really important. The locality officers that we're talking about effectively do a good proportion of community development work, and this goes back to what for those members who were here long enough ago, the locality engagement officers as opposed to the mobile locality officers. And this is about saying those locality engagement officers really are doing community development work. So let's actually focus it around community development. We're looking at the capacity to make sure that we still have the capacity to do all the work that we're expecting to do as the locality team. So in fact, I'm looking at providing more support for that locality team as well. So.
Thank you, Chairman. Reassured.
Good, good. Any other questions? Okay. Well, I'm going to propose then the recommendations from the chair, as you can see on the board. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hodgson, thank you very much. Okay, debate. Members, anyone like to say anything on debate? No, looks like we've covered everything on questions then. Okay, let's move straight to the vote then, please. Recommendations as per the screen. Members.
That's unanimous. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. White. Okay, item 15, car parking charges update. Councillor Abbott.
Yes, thank you. This is a short paper because we intend to hold the line for the moment, but we are looking for change, and change that we're looking for depends upon software upgrades to our current Ringo or other provider, but probably Ringo. And they are on board with what's needed. Mr. Brooks has also made inquiries elsewhere of other local councils, but in fact what we thought they might be working on maybe is not quite there yet. So we are possibly still in the lead on that one. So it is significant that we have not increased our prices since 2021. It's a cost to the council, but we will. We're asking that this continue through these two recommendations.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Councillor Hotwood. Okay, I'll come back to you for me. Questions, exact questions, Councillor Hodgson?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand, does the residents who might benefit, are they all of the residents in South Hams, or is it just ones who are on residential parking schemes?
So it's particularly associated with the Ringo charging scheme in our car parks. It's an interesting one about on-street car parking. Can you help me on that one?
Yeah, no, it'd only be the land that we own and operate as car parks, but it would be all residents, is the proposal.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yes. So it's not ones who, because I thought some residents have got a sort of they pay each year to use the car parks. I meant our ones. I didn't mean the on-street ones, but there's some residents.
So what I should say is also it's the principle of it is, I think, here to be discussed. The technical detail of it hasn't been resolved. So I think we're probably asking the right questions, but a bit early, if I may, because I don't think we know the answers.
Sorry, but I thought that would be quite fundamental, because not all residents, like I live in Totnes, but I don't have access to put my car in the car parks unless I just pay the usual charges. And I accept the principle here. I'm just trying to make sure that the ones who will be the beneficiaries are the ones who are already having to pay parking because they have got no parking because they live in somewhere. You know, they just have the access through a payment.
So the intention is that any resident of the South Hams using a South Hams car park will be able to pay for that car parking at one rate, and any visitor will be paying at a different rate. That's the intention.
Councillor Dennis.
Just a question that in the report, it doesn't give mention to businesses at all. So, you know, once again, when we're talking about residents, are we talking about the people who work in the town? So will it affect business permits? Have businesses been considered when putting forward this proposal?
Thank you. Help.
What we haven't done is, at this time, is consider the implications of this with respect to the existing permits that are there. Businesses already are able to benefit from quite considerable discounts, and there are no proposals set out in this report to change that.
And so we're really not giving you detail because we are very dependent upon Ringo developing that software. So we're just not there yet, Councillor.
If it helps, I mean, I'm sure Councillor won't mind me adding. I mean, the thought process behind this is that we haven't raised our car parking charges since 2021. In point of fact, we should have done, just like everyone else had done, and we haven't. So now, what we'd like to do in a perfect world is raise our car parking charges for non-South Hams residents and retain them at a lower level for South Hams residents. But the difficulty is, Mr. Brooke doesn't know yet whether we've got what the Ringo technological challenge is around how exactly we can do that. You know, in my layman's world, I'd like to be able to put a piece of information into a parking machine that means the parking machine knows that I deserve to pay X rate as opposed to somebody else who pays Y. That's the thinking, basically, isn't it? In short, yeah, I'm very happy to come back to you.
So has it been decided that you want 2 tiers? Because I know in other councils they just give residents the first sort of half an hour free, and the technology is obviously there for that because other councils can do that.
We are hoping to run a 2-tier system, although I just want to refine words which are broadcast, are recorded. So we're not going to retain the current rate for residents. There will be an increase for current residents too.
Councillor Hotwood.
So I'm having problems with this paper. Recommendation 2, agree to implement a charge to car parking towers at such time as it can be done. But in 1.4, designed to support our communities cannot be implemented until the 24-25 financial year. So you're telling us in point 2 of the recommendation that you can't implement a change in a tariff because you don't know when it will be done, but in 1.4 you're saying it will be the 24-25 financial year, so it's a bit of a cross sword there. And the other thing is, I get the bit about charging residents one price and then tourists another price, I think is what you're trying to achieve. But whether you're a resident or a tourist, I don't think at this present time, I can't support any uplifting car park charges because we are still in the middle of a cost of living crisis. We can't see the end of it. The end is nowhere in sight. It would have been wrong to put car parking charges up in 2021 because we were in the middle of the pandemic. We're not in a pandemic anymore. We're in a cost of living crisis. So that still makes me feel uneasy about putting car parking charges up for either tourists who may choose to go elsewhere, which would affect local businesses, and for residents who may be feeling that their pockets are being squeezed. But I just need you to clear up the thing about recommendation 2 and 1.4, thank you.
Well, the issue is that until Ringo have the opportunity to do their software upgrade, which they don't at the moment because they're involved with other things, then that cannot go ahead. And so there is a slight unknown until they have that opportunity to come onto line.
I'm sorry, Councillor Abbott, but 1.4 specifically says cannot be implemented until the 24-25 financial year due to the time needed to design the technical solution. So you're telling us that there's a technical solution that's going to be resolved before the 24-25 financial year, but you haven't got it in part 2 of the recommendation.
Do you mean at the earliest, Councillor Abbott?
Yeah.
But it doesn't say that in the papers.
Would you like?
I just want a mixed message cleared up, please.
Chairman, if I can just be really clear with the executive, we don't have clarity on the timeframes. We have indications that they need of the order of a year, which isn't very helpful. I mean, I accept it is not very helpful, and I apologise that the report is ambiguous, but that is the situation to the best of our understanding, and I'm sure we can come to some agreement around the wording that reflects our lack of clarity on the timing.
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Brooke. I wouldn't want us to lose track, though, of the fundamental reason why we're doing this, Councillor Hotwood, which is ultimately to benefit our residents because we want to acknowledge the fact that you're right, that there is a cost of living crisis, and therefore any rise to our residents should be less than that of other rises, because that's we're going to have a two-tier system. That's the point, isn't it? We want a two-tier system.
I don't think we should mix up the difficulties that we have as a society and cost of living crises. There is one. There have been problems in the past. There will be problems in the future. As an executive and as a council, when the proposals come, you will have the opportunity to vote for or against what we can work out is the best way forward based upon the charging scheme that we think is relevant. And it is likely there will be an increase.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to be very clear, regardless of what we think, there will be an increase to residents, no matter how small or big it is. Your Councillor Abbott has just made the point that residents' car parking charges will be increased, along with tourists. And somewhere in this document, between recommendation 2 and exec summary 1.4, it needs to be corrected, because as I'm reading this, the financial solution will be implemented in 24-25. So can it be made clear?
I think Councillor Hotwood, the 3 words "at the earliest" which have been offered make it clear that would be at the earliest. That does make it clear. It's
so
at the
that needs
earliest.
to go in the report because it's not in there.
I think Councillor Abbott's already acknowledged that Mr. Brooke can put in "at the earliest." Okay. Councillor Hodgson, then Councillor Dennis.
Perhaps I can help, Chairman. We all go to meetings where we have to ask to approve something in principle, and I think this is an approval in principle for point 2. It's just in principle we accept that this is going forward, and so we don't actually have to have the full detail. You know, sometimes more details will come on later. It's just an indication that in principle we support this 2-tier system.
And I think that was the point. And I think that was the point I was trying to make to Councillor
So
Hotwood.
it's just a approval in principle. The second thing I would say is either way, the residents pay the council tax, the tourists don't. So if we actually don't put up the parking charges for the tourists because we're worried about the businesses, the residents actually are still paying that. So if we're worried about keeping the residents' charges down, not increasing, allowing certain things to be paid for separately that they can choose whether to pay for or not, as opposed to, in other words, leave the car at home and walk, it saves a bit of money, rather than see the council tax go up. You know, that's the balancing act here. And ultimately, if we're allowing, for want of a better expression, freebies to tourists that we're covering out of our council tax, then it's actually we're paying more in the long run. So I think it's a fair system. I've also thought they should apply it to tourists, to museums as well.
Councillor Dennis, you had a question.
Yeah, so I understand that the executive are being asked to obviously agree this in principle 2-tier system, and it's just a question really that for the executive to consider whether that is in the best interests of the local businesses and the best thing to be doing when we've got a climate change, climate emergency, in terms of reducing the use of cars. Just a question.
Well, I think we could bring in all sorts of subjects to address in conjunction with a discussion on car parking charges, but I think our position is here, and the exec can vote for this in principle or not, as they choose.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Yes. No more questions. Right, there's a recommendation on. Oh, sorry, Councillor Callahan.
I was going to say, can we change it to say consider implementing, or without perhaps dropping the change?
In principle means considering, doesn't it?
Yeah, but changing suggests it is going up, definitely.
Yeah, well, that will be voted on at the time that we actually have we actually have the information in front of us. Yeah, I think I'm going to ask. Are you happy to move the recommendations? I'm happy to second them from the chair. So they stand. So if anyone would like to debate, now's your opportunity. Councillor Long.
Chairman, if I can just say, if this does go through the executive, there is that at such time, and I think this council would need to have to seriously consider that at such time, given the sort of the problems that people are having with the economy, businesses are having with the economy, and this council's having with its funding as well. So I think that's key. There isn't in principle there, but I think the at such time would be up for this council to look at it as to whether it's that sort of thing is appropriate for local residents, visitors, businesses. And I think that's what we've got to look at. And there is a question about the money in people's pockets. And I have to say, although I will say a two-tier system for residents could possibly assist local workers coming in to towns like Salcombe as well, so that parking is cheaper. But we'd have to see at the time.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Councillor Long. I think, any decision to put prices up on anything is always a difficult decision. It's always, a contentious one. It's one we'll take at the time, though, when we have the information. Councillor Birch.
I bow to the wisdom of my learned friend on the right, but surely any car parking charges increase have to go to full council. Am I right in saying that? Yes. In other words, it's a decision for full council as to if there are any increases in car parking. It has to go to a full council. So
but either way,
this is the start of the. It's part one. Yes.
Either way, it's a debate for another day, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Birch. Any other points of debate? No? Okay, well then you've got the recommendations with the words in principle added. So let's have a vote then, please.
6 in favour, thank you, Chair.
Any against?
With 1 against, thank you, Chair.
The luxury of opposition. Thank you very much, members. Okay, item 16, members, you will find in your agenda supplement pack on Modern Gov, which is the Planning Enforcement Task and Finish Group Review. So that comes back at least starting with me. Okay, I'd like to start by saying it was always our intention to have a thorough overview of the enforcement process with officers after the election. Enforcement is such an important part of what we do as a council, and it's such an important part of how we're perceived by members of the public, by our parish councils, and those of us elected members will know that a large part of our post can be around matters that require enforcement. So it's a really important one for us to get right. We asked as an exec for it to go to overview and scrutiny for Task and Finish to consider the draft document prepared by our officers. I'm really grateful to the Task and Finish team led by Councillor Dennis, who've done lots of work. It reflects, in fact, in our recommendations. The first item is that we thank them for their consideration and in-depth work. I'm going to ask Councillor Dennis to speak in a minute to the work that her group did, but I am aware that I've got Mr Wagstaff in the room as well, so I don't know if you'd like to speak at this stage. Alistair?
Thank you very much, Councillor Thomas. Just to say that it's been a really useful process for us as officers to go through working with the Task and Finish group to help us hone our thoughts on improving the enforcement plan going forward. And I think from my personal perspective, and certainly from that as officers, we found it a very useful process in honing down and improving certainly the updated proposed enforcement plan to make sure it's a lot more user-friendly and easy, and that's to the benefit of the councillors that were involved. So thank you, just from my perspective as well.
Excellent, thank you, Mr Wagstaff. Councillor Dennis, as Chair of the Task and Finish, would you like to talk?
Just really wanted to thank my fellow councillors for being on the group, so Councillor Long, Councillor Penfold and Councillor Hawkins. I found it a really useful exercise, and as Ali just said, I think the officers did as well. So thank you to Helen and to Ali particularly. I'd like to think that Councillor Long and I have tested some of our recommendations already and have found it to be productive. And just wanted to highlight to everybody really that the draft enforcement plan that you've been given is still very much a draft. Obviously you'll appreciate the time constraint that we had in terms of conducting this Task and Finish group. So what we'd like to see is that that document go through comms and the design team to make it far more user friendly and accessible to the general public.
Thank you, Councillor Dennis. I mean, certainly the third recommendation, the delegated authority, to Mr. Wagstaff, in consultation with myself, would mean that we would look to do that. I mean, we're acutely aware that a lot of the principal substantive part of the process has been completed through the work that the Task and Finish have done along with officers. But absolutely, that polishing up, I think there's a real commitment to want to do that. Councillor Hotwood.
Sorry, Chairman. I was wondering in point 3 if you could include Councillor Dennis in your consultation for the tidying up of the draft enforcement plan, because she was heavily instrumental in the recommendations of this group and has a clear vision, I believe, of how the end document should look. So being so heavily involved from the beginning, it would be quite nice to give her the opportunity to see it through to the end.
Councillor Hotwood, I am very happy for that to be the case. It would be a departure. It would be a very welcome departure from previous policy, Councillor Hotwood. Councillor Birch.
Yeah, I have a question. A while back, in the good old days, I suggested that that members receive notice of when an enforcement case had been registered in their ward. At that, as I say, in the good old days, we used to have notices of when planning applications were submitted, so we knew about them from the word go. And that seems to have stopped for some reason or other. Well, I certainly don't get them. So I'm just wondering, rather than having this sheet that we receive every now and again with a long list of cases on, some of them are very historic, whether or not it might be a lot easier for, as soon as an enforcement case is registered, the local member or members be notified so that they are aware of what's happening. And it may well be that the local board members, having notice of the cases, can throw some light on it as far as to assist the officers. Because in a lot of cases, enforcement cases are started without the local member being aware of it. So I'm just wondering whether that's something that possibly should be given consideration.
Mr. Wagstaff, do you want to come in?
Yes, I just thought it might be useful to set out. We have, as members will know from the communications that we've been putting out, just had the new planning IT system go live. One of the actions that we're trying to now move forward with is that the emails that you referred to, we want to get them in a much more organised and orderly way, which the new software we're able to provide. So we'll actually be able to break them down into the new cases which have been submitted, ones which have been closed, and also to be able to update members when we've got ones which have moved forward into the actual action having been taken. So there'll be a greater amount of information which will be able to be provided to members at that point. One of the recommendations which came out of the work that we've done with the councillors on the Task and Finish group was actually about the process of some of those minor and technical breaches which come into planning enforcement, which we need to get in and through and out of the system to enable officers to focus on the more significant ones, means that some of those will simply be being closed out relatively early in the process, hopefully within the initial 7-day period. And so I think if you were to get, I think unfortunately potentially bombarded with emails, if we were to get every single one out there, that might not necessarily be the best approach to take. Certainly if a councillor then had a potential interest in one of the cases but they'd already been closed down as not expedient. So I'm hopeful that the emails that we're going to get sorted out will hopefully give that clarity to you.
You're not suggesting that members shouldn't have too much information as it's dangerous?
I think to help Mr. Wagstaff out there, Councillor Birch, if you were to turn to the to page 14 of the report, which shows the enforcement investigation process as a very useful stepped graphic, I think the suggestion is that steps 1 and 2 and 3 might unnecessarily overburden you if at the end of step 3 the case is closed as not expedient. At that point, cases that are going to be investigated, that's where things become relevant. I think that's probably quite a good way of helping to explain it, Mr. Wagstaff.
Certainly, I think all I can say is I concur.
Absolutely, fine. Yes, thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Thank you. What I'm not very clear on here is whether or not one of the first things would be to actually have a site visit to actually explore whether or not there's actually a case to be answered, because sometimes that can be quite useful. I know it's in step 4, but step 3, it could be closed before it's even had a site visit, and I would wonder about whether that's appropriate. But maybe it's when there's been previous cases there, and maybe it's, you know, there's maybe reasons for that. But the other thing is, I think it'd be really useful for us to be able to go to maybe a confidential part of the website for the members only, where we could actually look up enforcement cases and see what's happening. Because I think, you know, sometimes we get a reference, but you don't know, you know, until you get that, there's every 6 months a report which just lists out things that going back to 2019. Difficult to see what progress is being made. And it's only really when we actually meet with an officer that we get that full information, and that's often helpful, but it's quite weighty on officer time to do that too frequently. So that, you know, we can actually look for ourselves, and if it's nicely stepped out like this, you could see where it's got to and understand it. And if something urgent or new has come up, you can jump in there. And the other thing I was going to say was, some years ago now, I proposed, and I don't know whether it's ever be legitimate, but I know that local authorities used to be able to do what are they called? Bylaws. And I wonder whether we could ever have an opportunity where we could apply a fining system, because I mean we can apply fines for fly tipping, and it strikes me this is in some ways not dissimilar, albeit potentially much more serious. And, you know, I know that I've spoken to enforcement officers in the past who, you know, by and large do a very good job, but, you know, they're kind of held up because at a certain point it's like, well, you know, do we just like try and get this person to go to planning, and if they're still a pain in the neck, what do we do? Do we take them to court? And going to court is lengthy. And often if you take somebody to court over something like a hedgerow, by the time they've gone to court, what was in the hedgerow is long lost anyway. So I just wondered that, you know, as an extra tool, part of the toolkit, whether we could really look at that, but whether it's at this stage completely kicked out of our ability to have such a bylaw.
I'll come to you, Councillor Dennis. In terms of the question of where we are in the process, it had always been my hope that we would be able to ask and be told which step of the process we were at. Now, if there's a means of being able to use the new IT system so that we can look that up ourselves, then so much the better. That told us which step of the process the case was at, then so much the better. But I mean, in that regard, I'm slightly beholden on officers as to what the system will do. Councillor Dennis, before I come to Mr. Wagstaff, yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm reassured and pleased that we obviously did a good job, because actually all of those questions and your own, Councillor Birch, we asked ourselves it within the group and received responses. So obviously pass over now to reiterate those responses.
Thank you very much. Just in relation to the technical data and information that we would have recorded on the council's internal IT system for planning enforcement cases, we do need to be mindful of the data protection regulations in that regard, and obviously there's quite a lot of potentially sensitive information which is recorded on there, so we wouldn't be able to make that available. As Councillor Dennis has said, obviously the enforcement officers are always here and available to pick up the phone and provide the information that they can to councillors. Sometimes, as we tried to get set out in the document on page, in fact it's not 16, it rolls over onto page 17, we do however sometimes need to be mindful of some of the communication that we need to put out there, particularly when we're moving over into some of those more formal cases. But the officers are always there willing to have conversations with councillors when they've got any specific inquiries, and actually think it's a really good method of building up those relationships which the enforcement officers, particularly with the recommendation that they're more geographically based, can start to develop with the ward councillors. And I know certainly, I think from Councillor Dennis and Councillor Long's perspective, they've had one of the initial 6 monthly reviews, which I hope without putting words in the mouth, that they found that really useful to be able to go forward and look at that with the ward councillors. In relation to the bylaws element, obviously the processes that we're able to take in terms of enforcement action are set out in the national legislation and and acts, and we need to be mindful of going through those, and that's what the document does set out in relation to the existing ones. What I think is really useful, and it's part of the reason that again we've recommended, not just from a time frame perspective, but one of the reasons we want a slight delay in finalising this element of the report is that the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act has actually introduced a number of different enforcement powers, which we need to have a look in detail at, and also wait for some of them for the secondary legislation that will work with them. But that does add in a number of additional enforcement powers that we potentially be able to make within that. And so I think those together will provide a really strong suite of elements that we're able to do. But again, we do need to be mindful of that national legislation that we're operating within.
If I can just quickly come back on a technical small point, I understand that actually that there is actually currently now available fining for hedgerow problems. I think it's on the DEFRA website that there's enforcement action can be sort of some kind of finable charge to actually try and make sure it's properly reinstated. I read something about it the other day, and I thought that was quite useful. I think it's there, so it might be an extra bit of our toolkit, and it's often is hedgerows that are part of the problem, especially with new developments.
Yes, no, certainly, Councillor. There are a lot of different enforcement powers which run throughout the things and run throughout the legislation, and we do always trying to make sure that we're properly exploring all those elements of it. Myself and Helen were only this morning looking into a case involving hedgerow removal and the action that we can look to take. So, wherever there are these provisions set out, we will always want to try and utilise them to the best of our ability, whilst taking a proportionate approach to the enforcement action which is needed, whilst equally seeking to resolve those breaches which are the most significant expediently. And the potential for fines and or moving over into court action is obviously one of the plethora of opportunities we have as we go through the enforcement process.
Thank you.
Councillor McKay.
I remembered this time. The first question was the gentleman that from the public right at the beginning made a very good point about conditions being applied to a planning permission, and then what is the protocol around that? I mean, if it's been through a planning process and the condition has been applied, then surely it is never not expedient to enforce that. Is that correct? Have I used too many negatives there? I'm not sure. But
being guilty as a person of using the double negatives rather a lot, I fully understood exactly what you were saying, so rest assured in that context. We were aware of the question that came up earlier in the day, and obviously when planning officers are dealing with planning applications and the imposition of conditions, they do need to make sure they've appropriately considered those relevant tests, or else it wouldn't be appropriate for those planning conditions to go onto the development. When we move over into the implementation or the ongoing operation of a development where there are controls of planning condition, we do need to, from an enforcement perspective, look at that in more detail. It can sometimes be a case that when we're considering whether it's expedient or in the public interest, it may not necessarily, for some elements of the breaches, to necessarily always be enforced against. That is a judgment that has to be made at that point in time, considering the potential implications. That doesn't necessarily stop it having been an appropriate control to put on the planning application, but we do need that review to take place. In many instances, it will be completely appropriate to take enforcement action against those breaches, but it's not always necessarily the case that in terms of enforcement action, that it's necessarily in all instances.
If it had gone to the committee, I would have expected an enforcement process to follow. If the condition was not complied with, because it has been through a fairly rigorous process, and I just wondered if you did have a protocol in place with regard to that.
So planning enforcement officers will, when they're investigating cases, look in detail at what the recommendations were and the precise nature of those conditions. There is that balance which needs to be applied about whether it's in the public interest or expedient to take action. Now, in the vast majority of circumstances, for example, if there was a planning condition requiring a window to be obscure glazed and it wasn't, and there was that direct element of overlooking, that would necessarily follow that was the right course of action to take. But there can be some other instances where it may be smaller requirements on a larger scheme that you need to look at the exact detail of it and see whether there's a resolution that can potentially be reached in those contexts, it's very difficult to give exact examples of it. But sometimes we do need to look at those things and think, is it in public interest? Is it expedient? And that's the consideration that the planning enforcement officers do with the support of Helen as their lead manager. But we do need to have that flexibility in it, because it's a different set of tests that you're looking at in terms of the taking of enforcement action in relation to the imposition of the conditions. My hope would be that all developers and/or homeowners where they've got development taking place would diligently comply with those conditions. Obviously, we're more than aware that that doesn't always happen, and at that point it's appropriate that the enforcement team look into those matters, but they do have to take that balanced position when it moves over into the use of the enforcement powers.
I need staff to press the button, basically. So, yeah, you prioritise environmental thing, but you also say elsewhere that you will respond within 7 days. I mean, I would like to see an undertaking that where you do get an environmental breach coming across your desk, that you do a site visit there and then. I mean, subject to resources clearly, but it should be an urgent matter. I mean, I had, as you may recall, that there was an incident in my ward not so long ago, and I don't think an officer actually attended for well over 6 weeks, in which case the environmental damage had long since, I mean, it had almost regrown by then. So yes, I mean, it would be good to see an undertaking that where you are, it is an environmental breach, that urgent action is taken. I mean, I noticed that it's a priority, but not within 7 days. It should be within 7 hours, if possible.
I think that's a maximum, Councillor McKay, not a minimum.
Yeah, okay, but an undertaking that you would attempt to be there as soon as possible.
I think that's heard loud and clear.
And also, you say in I think it's on page 10 something. Clearing land of hedgerows, bushes or undergrowth. In most cases, we do not enforce against the removal of hedges. Why? I mean, then you give a link, which I was aware of those regulations anyway. So given those regulations, and given the fact that I think 20 metres, if it's a hedgerow more than 20 metres, which most fields have hedges on of that length or more, I would have thought the default would be that you would be enforcing those.
Having just discussed with my learned colleague, it does depend on the nature of the hedgerows and the action which takes place. I'm trying to sound intelligent today. It often fails. But it does depend in relation to the potential natures of the breaches. There are elements of it which would fall within our sphere to take enforcement action against. There are others which fall within other responsible authorities. What we do always try and do is make sure that where there are things which aren't within the planning sphere for us to be able to take action against, that we do pass that information on to the relevant organisations to make sure that they've got the opportunity to deal with those matters. But you are right, there are a number of them that do fall within our control, and we work very closely with our arboricultural officer, Lee Marshall, to make sure we're properly considering those within our processes.
Okay, thanks. And finally, is there a proposed mechanism whereby, should a member be not entirely happy with a decision being made with regard to it not being expedient, is there any way of a protocol again of reviewing that decision? I mean, in planning terms, we can call something in if there's been and have it determined by members sitting in the plans committee. Sometimes I sort of feel that these decisions, which can be quite important, ought to go through the democratic process in that way and not be entirely an officer decision. In extremum. I'm not suggesting that this would be something that happens all the time, but is there any proposed mechanism whereby that could happen? And do you agree that it could happen or should happen?
certainly in those extreme cases, I believe they were the ones where we ought to be taking enforcement action. And in accordance with the council's scheme of delegation, we'd be notifying the ward members that we were moving into taking that enforcement action. We do obviously also try and make sure we do keep members involved, and that's one of the reasons we have those emails, which will go out to members, which obviously said we're looking to improve. I think what I would say is if members did have any concerns where cases had been closed down as a result of those emails, the officers are always there and able to have that discussion. Helen in particular is always happy to have a review of those cases, and there have been instances from members raising them or from other members of the community where we do actually need to reopen those cases, have a look and make sure that definitely the right decision was made. We would hope, and certainly it's been my experience, that in the vast majority of them we are making those right decisions. But there is that process that you can always, as one of the ward councillors, call up and speak to one of the enforcement officers to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to come to Councillor Bonham, then Councillor Panel Online, then Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I very much welcome this. I think it's a difficult subject, and the council needs to be seen to be both fair and equitable in the way that it handles these enforcements. So I thank the Task and Finish and the whole group for revising the documentation. And what I've seen over the past few months is quite a lot of public concern about enforcement not being implemented quickly or not being seen to be implemented effectively, which gives the impression, rightly or wrongly, to members of the public that developers are kind of gaming the system and building something, and that there's not a quick action taken by the council. So I do see this as a step forward to try and resolve that. I see certain senior people nodding their heads very vigorously, so thank you. I just want to maybe ask Councillor Thomas to confirm that that will be one of the outcomes of this, that we'll see faster action and more appropriate action, and we can reassure members of the public that we are doing our best to stop people playing the system and abusing the planning process.
Yeah, I think my answer to your question in part is that the triage system at the beginning, by taking away those cases that we don't necessarily through public interest need to pursue, is going to give greater scope to keep those deadlines that you see in the stepped process, that actually gives members reassurance that within a certain period of time, subject to the complexities of more difficult cases, that's going to happen. And I think the other thing, in terms of gaining the system, as you put it, if you turn to the chart on page 16, I think one of the points that's being made, and it's important there, perhaps not as clearly as it might, and I think Councillor Dennis and I would look with Mr Wagstaff to change it slightly, is that the principle of a retrospective application being refused when it was already subject to an enforcement action, the point is then that it will jump straight back into the enforcement process, and I think that will give reassurance to people that actually, there is a very clear system that we might well have to stop the enforcement process due to due process of an application, but at the point that application fails, we're straight back into the enforcement process, and I think that should give the public at large confidence that, along with the triage system and the speeding up, that we mean business.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Thomas. Thank you.
Councillor Panel.
Thanks. Couple of things. Yes, just to say that I have been frustrated sometimes at the length of time it takes for action to be taken, but just to point out to Councillor Bonham that there are sometimes very strong legal constraints on what action officers can take in what they would see as a timely manner. It does take some time, and because these matters have to sometimes be confidential until they come to court, it can appear that nothing is happening when it is, and that it might take quite a long time to get to the court procedure. But I like the flow chart and the information which you've got on pages 14 to 19, I think it is. When you've resolved and finalised that, could that be sent out to members as a document we can keep by us for future reference?
Councillor Panel, it's our intention that an appropriate version of the documentation will go to parish councils as well. We want the parish councils to know, so that we can say to parish chairs or clerks when they're asking about cases, we can say what step a case is at, subject to the rules of confidentiality. Those that are aware of cases, we want to be able to be honest with them and tell them where we are in the process.
Yeah, I'm often asked by parish councils what's happening. I said, well, I can assure you that something is happening, but I can't say what.
Yeah. Duly noted. Thank you. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. As a member of the Task and Finish group, obviously I'll say we did a fantastic amount of work here with officer support and brought in a lot of the experience, negative and positive, that we've had with enforcement. And I think looking at what we've got, it lays out a clear and distinct improvement on what we've had in the past. And with the support of officers, and I think it is, beholden to members to make sure that this goes through, and also to make sure that the town and parish councils are fully aware of, the process, the way it goes through, and the members of community out there as well who are concerned. And I would say that there is always an opportunity to ask for a what would be classed as a not expedient decision to be reviewed. I know I've had a number of cases where we've gone back through with evidence that's come through and come to light. So members can be very active in the enforcement process. But I think this is a fantastic step forward, and it's something we've been looking to achieve. So I'd recommend to the executive that we move ahead with this, and that all members actively engage, and I know they do, in the enforcement process and support their town and parish councils and their community out there. One thing I will say is that I did have one of the councillors who had to leave to say, he did say to me, we wonder whether we have the resource and intent to see the council taking action to remove structures and buildings that don't have planning and have been enforced against. And I think that is one of the historic positions and problems that we've had. And I think that if we can, as has been indicated in this report, deal with some of the long-running historic cases and get those dealt with and out of the way, I think that will give a good indication to the community out there and potential developers and others who try to buck the system or push the system. But we do need to sort of resource and make sure that can come forward. But I think the work that the Task and Finish group did under the chairmanship of Councillor Dennis has presented something that the council can be proud of.
Thank you, Councillor Long, and I think you will know, having been on the Task and Finish, that it's very clear from the stepped process that there is no lack of appetite where necessary in carrying enforcement through to its natural and necessary conclusion. I think that's been made very clear in the steps. Councillor O'Callaghan.
Sorry, it's been covered now, but thanks from me as well to the Task and Finish group. It's a very clear report, very useful, so thanks for that.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions? Okay, well then, from the chair, I'm going to propose the recommendations with that addition to include Councillor Dennis in number 3 as appears. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Birch, thank you very much. Do we need to debate, members? I mean, a lot of those questions turned into debate, so I'm going to give you the opportunity just in case. No? Okay, let's move to the vote then. Can I see a show of those in favour, please?
Thank you, Chair. It's unanimous as updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Okay, moving on then to agenda item 17, South Devon AONB Natural Landscape Partnership. Okay, starting with you, Councillor McKay, and then Mr. English.
Yeah, very briefly. I mean, I hope everybody's read this very interesting report. The AONB, not now known as the Natural, oh God, I've forgotten. National Landscape, renamed, but and the amazing work they're doing. This report covers most of it, and also some changes to the funding. So I'll just pass over to Roger.
Thanks, Councillor McKay. Thanks, members, for this opportunity to talk to you all. So the item focuses on the work of the South Devon National Landscape Partnership, so formerly known as the AONB Partnership, and its small staff team. Actions are focused around nature, climate, people and place in support of the Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty Management Plan, and perhaps more than ever before are well aligned with the emerging council plan. Also assists in the majority of the council priorities and makes a particularly strong contribution towards the climate and biodiversity theme. So the report itself sets out the partnership's relationship with the council, DEFRA and other important funding partners. Key projects to bring to your attention are the Farming Protected Landscapes programme that to date has invested nearly £1 million into farming and land management businesses around South Devon A1B and its hinterland, and there's a further £500,000 for distribution to farmers and land managers next year in what we understand to be the final year of that programme, although subject to DEFRA and Treasury decisions at this stage. And in particular to draw your attention to Life on the Edge, which is a collaborative and flagship nature recovery project that has undergone its highly successful National Lottery Heritage funded support of a roughly £400,000 development phase, and it awaits a decision in early December on its 5-year £4.2 million delivery phase. Really importantly, as part of this is doing nature recovery at scale in the core part of the South Hams coast, with opportunities for community engagement and real benefits for landowners and businesses, in addition to really setting the bar where it should be in terms of investment in nature at our coast. So importantly, it includes both community and conservation grants. So I think alongside some of the other items that Executive has debated today and the provisions that you've agreed upon, that should really nest in beautifully alongside those kind of activities. The National Landscape Model of core and project funding, it operates really with a modest amount of core funding that's supporting the core staff team and the partnership. And the majority actually of the work that we undertake is supported by hard-won external grants. So necessarily that kind of flexes from year to year, but you'll note in the papers that there's really a step change with the kind of programmes that we're dealing with over the last few years and next year, subject to a positive outcome from National Lottery Heritage Fund. So the council itself and Devon County Council make a comparatively small contribution, but a really important one. And if I encourage you to think about a sort of inverse pyramid, at that pointy end is the kind of core contribution, and at the very pointy end is your council contribution. So, you know, funding challenges are there for everybody, but I think in relation to the core operating budget, we've experienced the inflationary pressures and the knock-on effects of national pay awards, and been working around a flatline budget since 2014-15 financial year, so 10 years of activity now. We've been successful at bringing in alternative sources of funding as far as we possibly can through income generation activity. But what we've set out is a particular pressure really for next year, and just underlining the impact that could have on the wider range of funded programmes. The report also brings to your attention, and many of you will have heard various press items over the last couple of weeks. So this relates to new legal provisions that come into place on Boxing Day, arising from the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act, specifically in this case relating to the area of outstanding natural beauty. So in particular, I draw your attention to new enhanced legal duty that applies to this council, but also other relevant authorities. And so the Section 85 duty of regard that perhaps you're familiar with and hold in mind when making decisions is being replaced with must seek to further the purpose of the area of outstanding natural beauty, more dynamic, more on the front foot, and really seen by DEFRA as an elevation of that particular earlier duty. There's also provisions that relate to strengthening the management plan. It includes requirements for incorporating targets out of the Environmental Improvement Plan, the national plan, 25-year plan for the environment, and also a requirement for all relevant authorities to contribute toward the review of management plans and, importantly, its implementation. So those provisions relate to you as a council and the operations of the council as a whole, along with a whole host of other bodies as well. And the AONB management plan is a partnership-based plan. It's a plan for the area, so we all have a part to play in that, not just the staff unit and the partnership. And just yesterday, there was the government's response to the landscapes review, long awaited. That came out yesterday following a written ministerial statement and a commitment to review the national funding formula for all protected landscapes. So that's national parks and national landscapes as part of that. An announcement of new finance was included in there, but that was specifically related to nature and access. So again, this issue about core funding is particularly important. So following the request in that Glover Landscapes review and the rebranding to National Landscapes that took place last week, that just emphasises and recognises the important part that protected landscapes alongside national parks and national trails that new National Landscapes brand plays. And just to emphasise that the legal designation remains as areas of outstanding natural beauty. So there are 4 key recommendations and a couple I just want to draw your attention to. So it's item 3 and 4, and that relates to the Life on the Edge project, and in particular a proposal that to ensure that we can demonstrate to the lottery really sound financial management. We've got a very strong track record of acquiring external funding, but in the very slim kind of low risk scenario that we're unable to do that we lean on the council's Climate and Biodiversity Fund as and when that's established. And then the second item really is in relation to our hosting costs, which we currently pay in the region of £20,000 per year, that would actually find a mechanism for the council to gift those back to us in order that helps with the cash flow over the next few years, waiting for the national funding model to be resolved. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Mr. English, for a great presentation and a super report. Members, questions? Councillor O'Callaghan.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your report and thank you for all the really important work that you do. It's very interesting to. Oh, my computer's just died. I was going to refer to 4.2, but it is 4.2. I was going to ask you. I don't know whether there's been any progress on. Sadly, you don't appear to have managed to recruit an extra AONB planning officer, I think, and not get even a temporary contract person in. Is there any progress on that? Is there any hope of getting anything?
Thank you. Yes, this is a particularly challenging area of activity for us and one that we really want to be supporting the council and in particular the planning officers with. It's a challenging recruitment market at the moment, and we've worked really hard with our colleagues in North Devon AONB and East Devon AONB as was. So our group of 3 coastal Devon National Landscapes to actually create a more attractive job offer. So we're hoping to go out to advert very shortly on that, so that there'll be news on that for you. I understand that the Chilterns have attempted to recruit recently a part-time planning officer, similar sort of time periods, so it's 4 out of 5 days a week, and they've really struggled. We are hoping that the unique job offer effectively that we've created is enough of a draw, and we hope some of the talent pool that's there that knows development management processes inside out would find the job role attractive.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you for a really interesting report, and it's really good to see these things coming through from the AONB and also hopefully better support for the AONB. 2 questions. One is biodiversity net gain, which obviously is hopefully part of the Environment Act. We haven't quite seen it yet, but it's all promised, and I was on the receiving end of a very interesting nature recovery PowerPoint from Sarah Jennings, who's the ecologist at Devon County Council, a little while ago, which we can share if any of the district councillors would like to see that, which is very good. But what I was going to ask was, is there any implications on the AONB for kind of things like that offsetting, putting sort of new provision in? I mean, is that likely to give you extra pressure? You know, because it's kind of a little carrot being hung there. And the other thing I just wanted to ask was, it must be a couple of years ago now that we were talking there, and you did a very good presentation then about the Glover report and what we might be looking at. Looking at the map that's on this, there's still that gap around Totnes, Dartington, going up to Buckfastleigh. And given the work that your unit is supporting very, very well with the Dart estuary work and catchment management plan, I'm just wondering if there's any sort of like further progress or opportunity that can be progressed while there's such an enthusiasm at the moment, it seems, for biodiversity and protection areas, because you know Dartington has been very compromised by a lot of development, and this could be a very strong benefit to making sure that we have that link, which obviously goes straight up to Buckfastleigh where the greater horseshoe bats are known to roost.
Yes, in relation to both those points. So the first item about biodiversity net gain, it's part of a package, if you like, of wider green investment opportunities. So I'd put in the same basket, if you like, carbon credits, whether that be for woodland or whether that be around some of the areas of activity that are less well tested and defined, such as salt marsh, seagrass, Devon hedges, permanent grassland resource, etc. So I was hoping that I'd have fantastic news for you today, that we've been part of the group of projects that have been selected for landscape recovery. I'm sad to say that we weren't, but we will be using the learning from that to really apply, particularly what we've learned around green investment, and we're working closely with the Protected Landscapes Partnership on taking advantage of those kinds of new sources of investment. I think what I'd stress is all of those types of investment, biodiversity net gain, carbon credits, corporate social responsibility type contributions, they are being invested in land and in habitat resource principally. And we are not a landowning partnership. There are some potential opportunities for the council and publicly owned land, but the principal opportunity is around that farmed environment where some of the nature depleted sites are currently found. So we're working really hard to actually channel that investment into those kinds of projects and initiatives that will benefit that environment in the future. In relation to the second item, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yes, so in relation to you know, the way that we operate, it's although we are labelled as South Devon National Landscape, we can't manage that landscape because of the nature of where it is without working well beyond the boundaries. So whether that be inshore waters or the neighbouring urban centres of Plymouth and Torbay, or indeed the wider catchments, and therefore working jointly with Dartmoor National Park Authority at the moment on the Dartmoor's dynamic landscape. Sorry, you know, that's a kind of common way of acting. I think where you're driving at is can the national park or the national landscape boundary be extended? And I think Natural England have taken away a task and produced an All England Landscapes Review, which showcases where they would like to focus. Although it's really important to yourself and the community involved, on a national level, Dartington, Staverton isn't sort of standing out as a prime area, but there are a whole host of other ways that really good work can be put into train in that particular area, and it was an area of great landscape value previously for a very particular reason. So there's a range of project activity and potentially some new style designations as opportunities that might be coming down the tracks through Natural England.
The designation of the Freeport wider zone that now covers Dartmoor, does that affect the AONB?
So my understanding is absolutely not, and I think the questions that was raised earlier have been well answered. yes, the A and B falls within the outer perimeter zone, but we've been reassured by the information that we've heard to date.
Any more questions? No? Okay. In which case, would you like to move the recommendations, Councillor McKay?
Yes, I move the recommendations.
I'm happy to second those. Okay, debate, members. Councillor Hotwood.
Thank you. Just a bit of clarity between 5.1 and 5.2 to do with the rent. That Southampton Council charge a rent for hosting the AONB at 20k a year, which we have done for a number of years, and we pay a core grant contribution of 20,700. But as such, Southampton does not in real financial terms contribute to the core cost of the AONB. But in reality, we do, because we've had this argument over a number of years. The 20,000 that we charge you in rent, you'd have to pay rent to go somewhere anyway. So we do, as a council, we do contribute towards the core funding of the AONB, because we give 20,700 in grants. That's completely separate to the 20,000 we charge you in rent per annum, because there is a business side to Southampton Council that rents out premises within these buildings, and the two shouldn't be, in my belief, mixed up. So you pay rent in one hand, as with any other business, and then you get a funding grant in the other hand of 20,700. So we do, as a council, in real financial terms, contribute to the core cost of the AONB. I just want that clarified and cleared up again, because every time this comes up, you, Mr. English, say that, and I say what I've just said, and I know I'm right, and you think you're right, but Southampton does give you funding.
Chair, may I? Is it possible that both people can be so correct?
No, because I wouldn't like to see. I wouldn't like it to be thought that Southampton Council didn't give any money to the AONB. We do.
Yeah, we absolutely
That
do.
is
We do give a
within
core
the
grant,
report.
and what the wording specifically is financial terms, because clearly it does provide a hosting service, and I think that's the only differential. So one is a hosting service for which we charge a rent, which is offset by the grant we also give.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Yeah. Councillor Hodgson.
Well, I would call it supporting what's the word? It's a type of support that we give, and I think it should be given. We should be be grateful that somebody's in this building, because there's a lot of dark windows at the moment. But secondly, actually, the AONB is a fantastic resource for this council. We have very, very experienced specialist planning officers in that unit who, in my view, are doing absolutely incredible work. And any of you here that have been to the South Devon Catchment Partnership meetings and seen how that has operated, how it's been developed, and how it's now very, very important in terms of looking after our catchments, I think it's actually real good credit to the AONB to spot what was coming down the line, be so proactive and work so closely with the community. It's created a hell of a basis for a lot of the work that John's now doing. And I think it's also been there to actually be ready and waiting for all the new biodiversity work that's coming forward. And I just think to start sort of saying that we're giving you, charging you for an office, I just think is ridiculous, because we don't charge our other planning officers. And when we need an AONB view on a planning application, we know exactly who to go to.
Chairman, can I just say I am not criticising the work of the AONB in any way, shape or form. I think they're an excellent organisation.
Councillor Birch.
Point of order. I don't think that is on the agenda. So can we move to what is on the agenda, please?
I think Councillor Hodgson has very neatly pulled out an agreement from everybody that the report is excellent and what the AONB do is excellent, and that is fine. That's fine. Are there any more points of debate? Councillor Long.
I just wanted to, I think everybody said it, the report that we've had, I think was excellent because what it's done is highlight the extensive role and responsibilities that the AONB have taken on over the last couple of years, which fit, as it quite clearly says, with what we as a council wish to do. There are glitches, as has been identified on the planning side, and the AONB, I think that model of working with North Devon and East Devon will be, hopefully that will come to fruition. And I think one of the things that we're looking at here, and the recommendations before, is to recognise the resource that we've got here, the important contribution that the AONB does make and can make going forward with a very small number of people. And I think that's what's got to be recognised, and where people say, the AONB doesn't respond fast enough, on certain things. I think there is a small level of resource there, of which they do a fantastic job. And I think the way they are able to actually leverage monies and funding from other areas is critical and very important. They've got that experience. So from my point of view, what is being recommended to the executive is a good step forward for the AONB and puts them on a good position with this council and this council to recognise the value that the AONB does. Obviously, we can and we'll always hold the feet to the fire to make sure they deliver in certain areas, as has been said on planning. And they know that we will do that. But I think the coverage that they give and how they work with us as a council is a great contribution and a great resource.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Okay, I'm going to move to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendations as per the screen?
That's 6 in favour, thank you, Chair. That's
7.
That's unanimous, thank you, Chair.
Okay, we've been going for another 2 hours. 5-minute comfort break. Back on at 3:30. saying because Julian was meant to be doing this, so you know.
Where's Julian gone?
Julian's gone to Red One. You know, the Fire Authority commercial services arm.
James Bond.
He's been wanting to do it for years, didn't he? So he's finally.
But what is it?
Red One is the commercial arm of the Fire Authority, Devon and Somerset Fire Authority. He's finally managed to schmooze the Somerset Tories enough to vote him.
Oh, I see. Red One.
Yeah, done his schmoozing.
Why would you want to be on Red One?
I don't know. Ask Julian next time you see him.
Just thinking what.
Right, apologies for that. I need to go to the little boys' room. Principal. Right.
Oh, God.
You like to work in boys? I'm going to pass it over to you because it's Julian's portfolio anyway. Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. That's very kind. I could make your advice. You're obviously not a doctor or a teacher. I'm going to, yeah, go on. Yeah. So then, that's time at the bar. Time at the bar, ladies and gentlemen, please. But it could have been worse. Been in here. So that's.
Oh, why is it we can't have another meeting this long?
Oh, goodness gracious me. Whatever we do is ridiculous. I don't know. Too much democracy. Let people argue that's wrong. Tell people not to argue that's wrong.
Yeah, but there are too many items on the agenda.
Absolutely, yeah. Yes. We're supposed to, but we won't. Do I have to read something for part two? Thank you. Section, whatever it was. I know, we're going to try. We're going to start now. I mean, that's tomorrow. I'm teaching tomorrow. Okay, not today. Just carry on. Right, Denise. And nephew, we're starting. Right. Jackie and Denise, I want to carry on if that's all right. I want to carry on with the meeting if that's all right.
Council.
Carry on, Council. Well, it is good at toilet time. That's an excellent idea. Yeah. Okay, thank you, members. Back on again then for the last few items. So, agenda item 18 is the Q3 and Q4 write-off report. This is the portfolio area of the leader, but Councillor Brazil's not here this afternoon, so I'm going to go straight to Mrs. Hotchkiss, please. Jenny, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. The report sets out the write-off position for quarters 3 and 4 of the 2022-23 financial year and covers council tax, non-domestic rates, housing benefit overpayment and sundry debt. The Section 151 officer has delegated powers to write off irrecoverable debt under £5,000 and she has authorised a total of £152,000 as detailed in paragraph 3 of the report. Members are required to approve the write-off of debt over £5,000 and details are contained in exempt Appendix 8 and total £83,564.08. There's been an overall increase compared to the same quarters compared to quarters 1 and 2 of the 22-23 financial year. The increase is primarily due to insolvency, which probably reflects the lingering impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the cost of living crisis.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that report for the officer from members? Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, can I just ask, this seems an awful lot this time. I think it's a lot more than we normally have, isn't it? Do you think it's a reflection of, the problems that, the cost of living crisis?
Yeah, most definitely. I think it really is. It's the main reason is insolvency. So that could be companies going into liquidation, individuals having debt relief orders or being declared bankrupt. So I think it is indicative of difficult times for people and business.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I just think it's a very interesting part of our work, actually, isn't it? And I just wonder, are we sort of talking to people about maybe if they're not, because some people don't realise if they're a single parent, for example, and their youngster leaves home, they can actually be on a single, a reduced council tax and things, and that might be helpful to people. I don't know. Are we exploring some of that with people, or do we just think, oh, well, they obviously haven't paid, so they can't pay, or is it just too many people to approach?
No, we try and encourage people to apply for any discounts or exemptions or relief that they're entitled to. Kind of from our perspective, the less debt we've got to collect, that gives us more resources to focus on the people who, probably the won't pay as opposed to the can't pay. So very much there is a focus on encouraging people to apply for everything that they're potentially entitled to.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, I will move the recommendations as per the screen. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Birch, thank you very much. Okay, any debate, members? No? Okay, straight to the vote then. Item 1 is the noting and item 2 is approving the write-offs. All those in favour, please.
That's unanimous. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. White. Okay, moving on then to item 19, which concerns the Totnes Neighbourhood Plan. Okay, I'm going to defer to Mr. Swiss in a moment, but obviously every time we do this, we say the same thing, and it's particularly relevant today in a large town like Totnes that, congratulations need to be given to the group that have put this together. I mean, an awful lot of work goes into that. I'll come to you, Councillor Birch, as well as a member, of course I will, but I just wanted to say that to start with from the chair. Mr. Swiss, do you want to talk about the neighbourhood plan?
Just very briefly, Chair, thank you. Yes, this really is the last stage of the lengthy neighbourhood plan making process. Members will recall that at the executive meeting in September, they resolved to agree on the examiner's recommendations to the neighbourhood plan and to refer the plan to referendum. That was held 2 weeks ago today on the 16th of November and received overwhelming support. 91.5% of all those who voted in the referendum voted to approve the plan. So it now comes back to the local planning authority to make or adopt the neighbourhood plan in the light of that referendum result, and we have a period of 8 weeks in which to do so. We're obviously comfortably within that period, but once the plan is made, as I say, that is really the end of the process. It becomes technically part of a development plan, although it achieved that status at referendum stage. And the recommendation is a straightforward one, members, that we go ahead and adopt the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swiss. Councillor Birch.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. First of all, I think a big thanks should go to Councillor Allen and Councillor Hodgson for all as being members of the Totnes Town Council, for all the work that they put into the preparation of the neighbourhood plan. I think it started life in 2013 or something like that. It was a long journey with a successful result. I'm not suggesting that you've been involved throughout, but I think Councillor Hodgson has probably been involved throughout. So a big thanks. Oh, right, okay. So that's the first thing. I'm sorry to put a bit of a dampener on this, but the turnout was only 17%. And I asked the election office to let me have the turnout for all of the neighbourhood plans since the very first in Ivybridge in 2017. And what is interesting is that the towns within the district, the turnout is absolutely appalling. Ivybridge kicked off with 14.57%, followed by Dartmouth at 17.75%, followed by Kingsbridge at 15.49%, and Totnes at 17.06%. When you look at what happens within the parishes, I mean, top of the poll is Street with 62.92%, and I think it's very sad that we've got a very, very low turnout in our towns, and I'm just wondering what has brought this about. And I'm worried that one of the factors is that the town clerks, and I may be wrong on this, and if I am wrong, I apologise, but this certainly happened in the first instance in Totnes, is that the councillors, the town councillors, were advised that as it's an election, which is not, as it's an election, they were all in purdah. They mustn't talk about the neighbourhood plan. They mustn't make any show any inclination towards a yes or a no vote. And that, in fact, that was followed through to their promoting the neighbourhood plan. They weren't even suggesting people should vote yes. Now, I checked this out with Mr. Fairburn, and he said there is no purdah, it's a referendum. So if there is advice being given out by town clerks that this is a purdah and that they should not get involved in the campaign, then it's clearly wrong, and this may have an adverse effect on the turnout. So one thing I would ask, and I'm not suggesting this go in the recommendation, but could we please make certain as a council that the town clerks are told that purdah does not apply in neighbourhood plans. Mind you, most of the major towns now have voted, but it's something that does concern me. But I mean, that along with why is there such a difference between towns and parishes? And I think that's perhaps something that should concern us, and perhaps that's something we should address in the future.
Well, thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Hodgson?
It's a very straightforward answer as to why the towns compared to the villages have had a different approach. Apart from that, it's much easier for the village. But don't forget that it's the towns and some of their surrounding parishes, Dartington's yet to come, and that was another front runner on this, have really struggled to get their neighbourhood plans together because of the challenges on some of the sites. And, you know, in terms of the community right to build that went through, I think it's in 2016, we were just saying, I think that was a 35% turnout then. 30.84. Well, anyway, an awful lot more than what we had 2 weeks ago. But the other thing that's actually interesting is I was going to quite a lot of meetings, and one of the residential meetings I went to, somebody said, I said, oh, I just want to say while I'm here, you know, the neighbourhood plan coming up next week, you know, please do vote. It's really important. It's been a really important piece of work. And they was like, oh, what is it? What is it? Is that what I got that poll card for? Oh, I didn't even know what it was for. You know, I just thought it was just a mistake. Because when you look at it, it just said Totnes neighbourhood plan written on it. And it was like, oh, what's that got to do? You know, looking for the names. So I think maybe that's something we could think about. But I think the other thing is that the joint local plan, you know, it's much easier in some of the sort of smaller parishes where there weren't really adopted sites, or maybe it was one small little place that they just had to worry about. And in fact, they were frantically looking because they did want to develop some affordables. So I think that's probably possibly part of the reason, because not a lot of people really like suburbanisation.
Councillor Allen, as a local member.
Thank you very much. Yes, just to say, it wasn't only people before the referendum, but also people during the referendum were coming to the offices and saying off to the Guildhall and to the actual voting booths and asking what it was all about. So it didn't feel very democratic that they were voting yes or no about something they didn't actually understand. I think it'd be great if we had a bigger push to explain what neighbourhood plans were across the board, because obviously they're all going to start coming up for review. And it would be great to sort of it would be a way of engaging people in their area, I think, in a much sort of healthier way, if we were to have a look at it across the board. So between the towns and parishes, this is what a neighbourhood plan is, an explanation I think would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, without doubt. I mean, the other factor to consider, which is what we were talking about, was the fact that, of course, in villages, people are speaking to each other in a more close-knit way, aren't they, about what's going on, which you don't necessarily have in quite the same way in a larger town. Councillor Dennis.
Sorry, you just reminded me actually there, Councillor Allen. It's just, could we also as a council consider how we encourage and support the parishes that are actually now coming up for review? Several of the neighbourhood plans in mine and Councillor Long's ward are already over 5 years old. So do we have a mechanism in place and the capacity to support those reviews? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's probably just worthwhile saying that we are, and certainly I can't take the credit for this, it's Graham, we are proactively approaching and having discussions with all the parish or the neighbourhood plan groups about what the opportunities are, trying to help them get in and through the process and offering them help. So we are trying to be, more proactive. That was one of the reasons that I was really keen that we had a dedicated internal member of staff rather than somebody from an agency working from London to do this. So we are trying to do that. We're also making sure that we're working closely with our colleagues in the housing service, and that when some elements of their work again have been promoted, we are trying to twin track that to make sure that we're identifying and bringing forward the neighbour plans within it. I think it's probably just also worthwhile saying that we have, with the help of Democratic Services, been getting a training event organised for the town and parishes, and we're going to be offering a session for them where we'll be giving updated information on neighbourhood planning, but also on planning enforcement, as per one of the previous agenda items, a bit more of an update on both development management and planning policy, just to make sure that we're actually getting a bit more information out to the groups to be able to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wagstaff. And just to add to your comments, I mean, I think at the expense of making Mr. Smith blush, the difference between having an officer working for the council and having officers working externally has been very, very clear and to the benefit of the council these last 6 months. Anybody else? Okay. I'm going to move the recommendation then, as it appears on the screen. Would someone like to second that? Councillor Birch. Okay. Any debate to be had, members, or should we just go to the vote? Sorry, did you want to speak, Councillor Anne?
No. That was whenever anybody mentions neighbourhood plan, I put my head on.
Oh, I see. Right. I'm going to move to the vote then, members. All those in favour of the recommendation as per the screen.
That is unanimous. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right. Okay. And then moving on to South Milton. South Milton neighbourhood plan modification. Mr. Smith, do you want to talk us through the modification?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a slightly more complicated report, hence its length a little bit longer than the Totnes one, because the process has been slightly different. Here we've had a previously adopted neighbourhood plan. It was adopted in September 2019, and the parish council decided it wished to modify the plan by introducing a principal residence policy. So they had to go through a modification procedure, which involved 2 rounds of consultation and then examination. This particular issue doesn't have to go to referendum because the qualifying body, the parish council, issued a statement to say they didn't think that the modification was so significant that it would change the nature of the plan. That view was supported by the district council, by us, and was ratified by the examiner. So the examiner really has the final say in terms of the recommendation, and as I say, it doesn't go on to vote. But we've now received the examiner's report. He has made a couple of relatively minor modifications to the initial proposal to introduce the primary principal residency policy, really just to ensure consistency of some of the other housing policies in the plan. And he's also changed some of the wording in relation to how the principal residency would be secured through legal agreement. But the recommendations in front of you are that we receive the examiner's report, which is appended to the item, that we consider each of the recommendations made by the examiner. We agree that the neighbourhood plan, as proposed to be modified, meets the basic conditions and is compatible with the convention rights. That opinion has been ratified by the examiner, and we're of the same opinion. And that we now approve, again, the making, i.e. adoption, of the neighbourhood plan, Sugnet neighbourhood plan modifications as recommended to be amended by the examiner. And finally, that we, depending on that decision, publish a decision statement which is also appended to the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Swiss. Okay. Questions? Councillor Long, did you have a question? Or? No, you have to make a comment. Okay. Are there any questions of the report at this stage? Okay, well then I'll take us to the debate by proposing the recommendations as appear on the screen. Seconder, please. Councillor Hodgson, thank you very much. Okay, into debate. Councillor Long.
Chairman, can I first off start by sort of confirming that having a dedicated officer working in the neighbourhood planning area is a great step forward, and I think the parish councillors for South Milton would want me to thank Graham Swiss for the support that he's given them through this process, which, as you've seen by the report, was fairly complex and, sort of, I'd say, difficult to understand, but they needed sort of guidance on where it was going. And I hope that having gone through this process and what has been achieved will actually give some guidance and support to other parishes and towns who are looking at similar amendments. But yes, I think, special thanks to Graham Swiss for the support he's given the parish council. And I think the move to getting the principal residency policy for the parish is welcome. And the recommendation before the executive is clear. And I know the parish itself will look forward to having that amended or modified neighbourhood plan with that and having it made by this council. But thank you, Mr. Swiss. Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson.
I think this is really useful, and I think it's something that we have debated in this chamber beforehand, where people were concerned about trying to do this and felt maybe it was difficult with the joint local plan, for example, because obviously what we're trying to protect is residential occupation rather than second homes. And I am still personally smarting about the fact that during COVID, people with second homes got two tranches of 10 grand for having a second home. And there were people who were really struggling with businesses, etc. So I think, the second home brigade, they've got plenty, they've got already, and we don't need any more, thank you. And I think we need to really support anything measure we can that will help people have residential homes. So, yeah, absolutely support this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, good, excellent. Well, we're clear on the main modification around the principal residency requirement, 30106. So, members, could I see a show of hands in support, please?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. Item 21 is the reports of other bodies. Are these for noting?
No, Chair. There's a couple of recommendations.
Okay. Right. So recommendations as per the screen. Then. So up there we've got item 21A of the meeting of the Stockholm Harbour Board on the 18th of September. Okay. So, are we having those presented? How do we do this, Mr. White? Or are we simply taking them as...
You've got two options, really, Chair. You can take them as read, or Councillor Long, as Chair of the Board, is in attendance.
Talk us through them, please, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. The first recommendation is clear with regard to the budget, identifying as £77,000 shortfall as such. There was monies which were moved into our general reserve account, which is there to provide replacement mooring barge at a certain point. We had a workshop which reviewed, and these workshops involve all of the council members of the board and the independent members of the board, to review the proposed budget for 24-25. The recommendation is there arising from that, and the second recommendation is with regard to the fees and charges to be implemented in the next financial year to cover that budget gap of £77,000. We have obviously a harbour board which is there made up of 4 councillors and 6 independent members, which are there to review all of these items and to give you the guidance council and recommendations for the harbour board. And I would move that the harbour board has given you those recommendations and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Any questions, noting that these are recommendations that we ourselves recommend to full council for proper debate in both cases? Any questions? No? Okay, well, then I will propose the recommendations as per the screen. Councillor Birch, thank you very much. Do you want to debate at this stage, members, or should we save the debate for full council? I think we'll take the latter as being the case. Right, those in favour, please.
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimous for those recommendations.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you, Councillor Long. I'm going to need the wording for part 2 now, aren't I? Okay. The next item, we need to consider the exclusion of the public and press to consider the following resolution, that in accordance with section 100A4 of the Local Government Act 1972, the public and press be excluded from the meeting during consideration of the following items of business in order to avoid the likely disclosure of them of exempt information as defined in paragraph 3 of part 1 of schedule 12A to the Act. Can I have a proposer, please, to go into part 2? Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. A seconder, please, for part 2. Thank you, Councillor O'Callaghan. All those in favour of moving into part 2?
That's carried for part 2.
Thank you.